what's up out there?
Ice Cube. I mean, I see.
That is not good.
Get ready to experience the thrill of a lifetime.
If you somehow find this offensive, just don't listen. But my guess is you'll be sticking around.
Let's do this.
It's going down, Jack.
Hey, it's Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Oh, this is good radio right here.
Y'all are cooler than shit.
It starts funny and then gets very uncomfortable.
One of the most popular radio shows in the world.
Radio journalism at its best.
Hello, kids. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. They swear and they're vulgar and they talk about awful, awful things. That's what you like, isn't it?
Very flavorful.
Yay!
That's what you like, isn't it?
Please welcome Opie. The show is twisted, I'm telling you. We're enjoying this shit.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Anthony.
I want dick crisis. I love when girls go through that. I'm here for you, ladies. Remember that.
That's what you like, isn't it?
And Jim Norton.
If a pussy could talk, it would say, die.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Everything you are about to hear is real.
Kind of hard.
Good morning. Welcome aboard.
Had enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hi. Hi, people out there. Radio Land. I like Radio Land.
Radio Land, huh?
It's where everyone lives that isn't in here right now. They're out in Radio Land.
Radio Land.
Hi. Hi.
Last we left you,
Yes.
we were on our way to a meeting.
Yep.
It was a terrific meeting.
It was great.
I want to thank the fine people at GoToMeeting
Yes.
for putting up with the incompetence that is Sirius XM.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. You know what? We should talk about it. Because
no.
Me and Anthony have been laughing about it. We were laughing in the garage for about 10 minutes waiting for cars and shit. And then as soon as we got in here, we were laughing about it.
It's,
See, we come across like we don't give a fuck and we don't work hard and all that crap and make your jokes. But the fact is that we care too much. And we're around people that don't give a fuck about their jobs, or they're incompetent and not qualified to do their jobs.
You don't mean me, do you?
yes, Jimmy.
To make it simple, you know, we had this meeting. We hate doing meetings with clients. But if we're going to do a meeting with a client, we're all in. Oh, we look like fucking superstars.
Well, you gotta, keep them happy.
We look like company fucking guys when we're in these meetings.
They're the bread and butter, as they say. You gotta keep them happy. You gotta give them what they want, is what it is.
Right. We'll bitch and complain and all that, but you get us in a room with a client, they're not going to know any of this.
Yeah.
Until today, because we have to now beat up a couple people that work for SiriusXM. So we're meeting with the big guys from GoToMeeting.com. This what is it? It's like it's like online meetings.
It's amazing.
It's webcams. Actually. It's look. I'm gonna take over your fucking computer for a little while.
Everyone's got a desktop on their computer. There's a video screen where you're seeing HD video of people, but also you could go, hey Bob, why don't you take the old mouse-a-rooney,
right,
and now you show what you got on your computer.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, you could click and now show your documents to everyone on there as you're video conferencing with someone. So it's not just video, like looking at everyone waving and jacking off or whatever the fuck they do on everything else, like Pal Talk here in front of me. You could show your documents, show everything on your computer, and then the next guy that's in Tokyo can grab his mouse and manipulate the exact same screen you're seeing. So it was pretty cool.
Right.
And they wanted to actually show it and demonstrate it in this meeting. That was the whole purpose of the meeting.
Yeah.
Was not to do the conference call that we do with everyone else.
Right.
It's like, look, we're going to do this conference call meeting with you, but we're going to do it through GoToMeeting.
Yes. So me and Ann understand what they're all about. So when we do the live read, we sound like we're informed.
Knowledgeable. Yeah, you know the product, right?
So we walk into our office
right off the bat.
We walk into our office, and the GoToMeeting guys, this is their entire world. This is all they care about. Like we care about the Opie and Anthony show. In their little world, this is all they give a fuck about, and they're so excited to kind of show us what their company can do. So we see the guy on the computer. I think his name was Michael.
Yeah.
His name's Michael, and there he is in wherever. I think he might have been on the West Coast somewhere.
Yeah, widescreen HD.
And he's in his apartment or his house. Like, see, I'm having a meeting with you guys right here in my apartment.
And then he asks, so,
turn on your webcam.
Turn on your webcam.
And that's when the fucking dummy from SiriusXM goes, I didn't know we needed a webcam.
We don't have a webcam.
Look at Jimmy. This is why we have to talk about it.
It's like that was the whole purpose
of this meeting. She goes, I didn't realize we needed a webcam. But then why would we be talking to this guy?
But how would they not? How would Sirius not know that?
The whole gist of GoToMeeting is that you can see each other and exchange ideas and stuff, and to have the camera. And the meeting that we had was to show that you don't have to meet on the phone with a conference call. You could do it over the computer with GoToMeeting.
So this dummy goes, I didn't realize we needed a webcam. I'm like, you're representing us in SiriusXM right now? And like I said,
was stunned.
We're over the top professionals in the end. Believe me, we are. But that doesn't make fun radio. We like to fucking break shit down and bitch and complain and all that. But in the end, we get how all this shit works, all the moving parts. We understand. So she goes, I didn't realize. And you could see the disappointment on the guy's face because that's his world.
GoToMeeting was great. It's HD video where you could literally see the disappointment in the man's face.
Right.
You could literally see him stop talking and look into the camera like, what?
Yeah.
What? He didn't have to say a word. His expression alone.
The crinkle in his brow was apparent.
He was bummed, but being cool because he's excited to be working with our radio show and the company. That's up to him. But he's excited to be working with us.
I felt bad.
But you could see it, and he's like,
felt bad and embarrassed.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And then he was basically like, well, I really wanted to,
I wanted to show you.
But he was trying to be cool. And then the sale. Who was she? Some sales girl's like clueless that the fucking client is really disappointed. So then we pump it up and like, yeah, no, it's cool. We'll still try to figure this out. What were the other 2 points? There were two other points. That's only the first point.
So he was able to actually pop up the copy on the computer.
Oh, right.
So he pops the copy up, and we're reading along with him, and he's the one that popped it up on his computer, but we can see it. It's actually very cool.
And then is it like? Hold on, let me ask. Is it like you can view documents on somebody else's?
Exactly. Yeah. But let's say like cool. The copy was up there. Now I could take my mouse, click on the copy, and change some of the lines from my computer, even though it's his
on his desktop.
Like shit, everything is manipulated through each other's computer.
So you don't have to send it and download it.
Right? It's right there,
and you're all looking at the same thing.
Okay. And then you take turns.
It's very fucking cool.
You take turns taking control, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
it's like a Skype feature almost. That's really smart.
Where you can actually manipulate each other's fucking
laptops. So you better make sure you have a really clean laptop before you go into these meetings.
I don't think you can pop in on. I think it's within the GoToMeeting window.
Hey, what's that?
I sure hope so.
Kids D folder.
No. That's not important right now. No, you sure? I want to click on this.
So as the guy's talking about the copy and stuff,
and hold on, and then he goes, "Look, now you guys got the copy, so you can write something." So I just wrote something dumb. Who cares? And then we brought it back, and then he took control again. So we're showing how you could basically write copy for the commercial with each other, even though one lives in New York and the other lives somewhere on the West Coast.
And this would be good for anything, fucking writing a script or a song or something like you.
Doing a Sudoku puzzle with someone in Ireland or something. If I'm having a tough time, I could fucking say, "Hey, help me out with this for a little while."
Yeah. So there's the copy, and he's talking about it. But me and Opie know what this guy's getting at. He's saying, like, we want you guys to know about the product and stuff, so it's not just reading the copy verbatim every time.
Right. And he says that. He goes, we really love bullet points. We'd rather just give the guys bullet points, and then they kind of go with it.
Yeah. So we understood that. We're like, yeah, that's... Yeah. So the girl... goes, well, they got the copy. And he goes, yeah, we like bullet points. We like, if it. And she goes, he goes, so what do you have there? She goes, we have the copy. They'll read the copy.
She goes, they just work off a script. That's exactly.
They just work off a script. And then Opie finally chimes in.
What do you mean finally?
No. I mean, you chime in.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Like finally shutting her up.
Because I'm trying to save the client at this point. In the end, it doesn't matter how many fucking sponsors we have. In the old days, it did. It doesn't matter anymore. But we really are in the end team players. But the guy was obviously making the point like he doesn't want just to pay a shitload of money to throw a copy at us and we read it word for word, which we do a lot of days. Yes. And she goes, no, they just work off the copy. And I'm like, no, not really. I mean, when we get familiar with it, we'll certainly, some days we just rip up the copy. Some days, it's a 5-minute fucking live read for you guys. Yeah. Other days, when we get really comfortable, we will work off bullet points. But she was like, no, they just work off the copy.
Not getting what the client was getting. Not picking up on it.
Exactly.
Even if the rule is that we're going to read, the copy word for word, it's your job to make sure the client doesn't know that.
And let me tell you something. In stunning HD on GoToMeeting, in stunning HD, you could see the look of utter disgust on his face. It's amazing that you can see in widescreen format,
right?
In his apartment, wherever he was, very far away. I think California or something. I don't know.
So.
But you could literally see the look of absolute disgust on his face.
It was so obvious that the guy was like, "Look, I want a little more for my money."
Yeah.
And she goes, no, they just work off the copy.
But
or they just read the copy.
What a dummy what an imperceptive person to not pick up on his vibe. Even if you guys didn't read bullet points, even if she went, why wouldn't you go, that sounds great?
Yeah, this sounds great. The guys will work with it, with the copy, and they'll make it their own, and all that horse shit, corporate horse shit.
But how do you not get that? Like, she didn't get that he was getting it.
No, not in the least.
That's what's offensive.
Exactly.
Is to not understand that this guy is saying, I want these guys to enjoy the product. I wasn't there, and this is what I'm getting out of it.
Yes.
I want them to know what they're talking about. I want them to understand the product a little bit and discuss it without reading it sounding like they're carbon copy reading.
That's why me and Anthony were laughing our asses off. Like, how stupid can you be, and how not aware of the situation at hand can you be?
And then the last thing was the fact that...
Well, just to preface it, because we got things to do, and we know these meetings could be an hour of nonsense. Yeah. So we try to make them short, but we're going to give you everything you need in a short amount of time.
And we're going to pick our out. We know when the meeting is pretty much done. And
petering out.
And we're not going to run out of a meeting in the middle of it.
We'll say that on the air, but the fact is, we know we have to do business when we're not on the radio.
Yeah, obviously no one wants to sit in a meeting for an hour, but we're there for as long as it takes. We don't want to be there any longer than it takes. Right. But we're not going to fuck the client up.
So we made it clear let's get this done within 20 minutes. I think that's more than fair.
Right. If it's a legit meeting and not the time wasting time, you got to stay.
In the middle of watching Mike on lovely HT,
he's
summarizing. He's actually wrapping up.
And we know he's summarizing. So even though we want to get the fuck out of there, I know in my head, and I don't even have to ask Anthony, we know in less than 5 minutes we'll be out of this building. We're totally cool. He's in the middle of summarizing. It's not like he's starting a whole new topic that oh fuck, that's another 15 minutes. He literally is saying, in summary,
here's what I would like to present to the consumer. Here's the bottom line, pretty much. And he's telling us in mid-sentence of him speaking, she's like, we're gonna these guys gotta go. We're gonna have to wrap it up.
Mike, we really got to get these guys out of here.
We don't be looking at each other like, no.
We really did. There are times where we would, if this person is competent, we look at him like, thank you, because it's obvious that we did everything we needed to do, and it's time to fucking stop this meeting.
Oh my god!
Not yesterday.
Oh my god!
Right in the middle of him summarizing, we really need to get these guys out of here.
It was in mid-sentence.
And I jumped on. I'm like, no. Mike, I just want to explain. I really do have to pick up my kid, but we do have a couple more minutes, so you can fucking summarize.
And what I saw in his face there was
in HD?
Was, oh my god, this is my livelihood. I'm going to be paying you people to do this. What do you mean you gotta go in the middle of me talking?
That is so fucking unprofessional and horrible and embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
That's embarrassing.
I'm not a whistleblower, but I guess we're blowing the whistle right now. But
it was terrible.
I think I have to go and tell Scott. I think I have to, and I'm not. I just am not that guy. But it was so bad. I'm like, this is unbelievable.
It won't do any good to tell him. I mean, he'll listen to you, but nothing changes.
Who knows?
Nothing changes. It doesn't matter. No. It doesn't matter. You could tell him we're saying it on the radio. You're saying it on the radio. Nothing will change.
Right.
I've given up 100%. Yeah. Other than just doing the job, and that's what they want.
Well, the Louis C.K. Rant about the company made it to Scott's desk, and
nothing will change.
I haven't heard a peep from him about it.
No one gives a shit.
Not a peep. Even a peep that says, "Look, Louis C.K. is dead wrong on this," which I don't think he is at all. But not even a peep that we even brought it to his attention that a big-time celebrity fucking hates how this company is run.
But for common sense, not the product is terrible. Not saying the product is bad. Not saying the music channels are bad. No. Not saying the talk channels are terrible. It's not the product. It's not the content that was the issue.
Right.
It's the nonsense that the people on this show complain about.
I gotta tell you,
3 days a week.
What I've found in my 4 years here, there's a lot of people that don't belong here. A lot of incompetence. A lot of people that when satellite radio started, they had to kind of get a whole bunch of people that were out of work in radio.
You rock.
And they're still here. We're one of those people. We were damaged goods. That's the only reason we went to satellite in the first place. In the first place. We were talking to nobody back then. So the client, I could see, is like, well, if this continues, I got to go fucking spend my money somewhere else.
It felt so bad.
You could see. He went from incredibly excited to when he clicked off his whole go-to-meeting shit on his computer.
Yeah.
You got to think he's like,
fuck that.
Second-guessing a few things.
It's like, fuck that, really? Are they going to be dedicated and stuff? I mean, I apologize to the go-to-meeting people. I think I was amazed by the ingenuity there. Yeah, it's great.
There's a product that I'm going to be doing something with, which I'm actually very psyched about.
Ooh, fleshlight.
Yes,
I love
the drinking glass version.
The yogurt container.
Are you going to be a spokesperson?
A partial one.
Are you going to be in a commercial?
No. It's not a product. It's a newer product, but it's actually one that I genuinely like and have been aware of. No, I said like, not need. I said genuinely like, not desperately need.
Is Liquid Ass reworking their recipe?
Yeah. But I was uncomfortable. I'm going to bring them as advertisers, but I was uncomfortable.
Bring them here? Oh, my God. Why would you do that?
It really, honestly.
I got people that ask me. I don't even bother.
It's uncomfortable.
I don't even bother.
Knowing that it's going to get somehow tripped up or fucked up in the sludge. Or
the mud.
The mud. The mud.
How do you have a meeting with GoToMeeting, which is all about webcams, and you don't even have a webcam set up, and you have to sit there like, I didn't realize you needed a webcam. He wanted to see us so he could go, look, I could see you. You guys are in New York. I'm in fucking wherever the hell he is.
And
we
I'll
don't
tell you
even
one
know.
thing. It's harder in this day and age to sit in front of a computer that doesn't have a camera than it is to sit in front of one that does have a camera.
Right.
I mean, it could have been anything. A laptop, they could have grabbed anything.
It's amazing to me because the technology behind satellites that make this stuff possible is genius.
Yeah.
And yet the people they put on the day-to-day stuff are blithering morons and just don't have any drive. It's almost like because this is an insulated company in that it's satellite radio. It's the only one.
Right.
There's no drive to continue forward. It's almost like a bunch of bees are in the hive, and there's no need to go out and do anything else because we're all in the hive, and there's no other competition, there's no other nothing. So it's stagnant. It's a fucking stale air. No one is fighting. You know, on radio, when you're fighting station to station,
you
have to continue to do stuff. Otherwise, there is no next guy here. They don't see the next guy, which is podcast.
You know, our listeners have brought up over the past year or two that you guys bitch too much and all that, and I don't necessarily disagree with them anymore. And I'll say it again: the reason bitching came to radio shows or high profile radio shows like ours was it really did get things done in the end. And you were able to show that to the listeners. And in a weird way, they were along for the ride. Like, oh, my God, they bitched and complained about such and such. Next thing you know, they're doing such and such. Like, something came of it. And I think the reason more listeners are sick of the bitching is because they don't see the payoff anymore. There used to be a payoff,
Right.
which made it worthwhile to the listener. You were in. You were like, fuck yeah, I'm behind these guys. Yeah, get them this or that. Get them their bigger studio. And then there'd be a huge celebration as you hear the wall being knocked down or whatever. But when you bitch day in and day out and week after week and there's no payoff, I think that's what is driving a bunch of the fans fucking nuts. And I agree with them. That's why I now laugh when this stuff comes up. Because you're right, Jimmy. Nothing will ever change. The only reason we're bringing this to the show was because me and Anthony had such a great laugh over it.
We were like, I can't believe what I just said in.
Right,
like,
we were just laughing.
We're like,
at the incompetence.
I've never dealt with it and literally in all the companies I've dealt with in my professional life in entertainment, a lot of them, I've never had an experience like this. Meaning with the corporate. It's the Nightmare on Elm Street moment where you're running up the steps and your feet are getting stuck.
Yeah, you can't run. Oh,
I've never seen it.
Well,
to this level. Fuck, man.
Well, because they hired the big guy. They hired Howard Stern for a shitload of money, and they're just riding his back. That was their business model. I'm telling you, I know for a fact that was the business model. The people in place now, do they believe in that business model anymore? I have no idea. But that's how this was set up initially. So they don't give a fuck. Yeah. But if he leaves, then what the fuck are you guys going to do?
But they'll do the same thing when he's gone the day-to-day salespeople are going to do with him. They don't know what they're doing.
Well, then they're going to fucking they're going to be extinct.
Yep,
is my point. Logically that made sense back in the day, I guess. But they don't give a fuck about it like anyone else around here. Really, they give a fuck about us a little bit, and then they give a fuck about him a lot.
They don't even give a fuck about him. They really don't.
No, they
care from business point. They don't give a fuck about him.
Oh no, I'm not talking about personal shit. I don't know these people personally. I'm talking about the importance in a company. They give a shit about our show, I should say, not us as individuals, a little bit. They give really give a shit about him. And not really anyone else in between. Not really. Maybe a couple of the celebrity shows, and that's it. But if he leaves, they're gonna have some major fucking problems unless they start figuring out shit now. Because that meeting was just ridiculous.
That's embarrassing.
How do you not have a webcam set up? The basics.
Well, if it's a visual element, why would they? Right. You handed her a webcam, she wouldn't have known what it was. She would have ate it. What kind of snack is this?
And then in the middle of summarizing, we really got to get these guys out of here. I'm like, oh my God, no, that's not right.
You don't say that. Yikes.
Everyone knows when they go into, in summary, you have maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, just suck it up.
Yeah, at that point, who gives a fuck?
Well, I mean, and honestly, it does look like it's a very useful thing if you're doing meetings and stuff. So
yeah, we got through it.
I'm not gonna lie.
We got through it because we're that damn good in the end.
Oh my God!
Saved another client. We've fucked clients in the past too, but we've also saved a lot over the years. Like, how do we not even have a beer sponsor? Unless the beer companies have moved on from
maybe they just
this type of
well, they're probably going to clicks on for anyone listening down the hall, the web is this weird thing that comes through your computer screen, so people will watch it live. I forget it. They probably they're counting clicks on the fucking websites on their ads. Why would they come here?
Right.
Where they can't get numbers.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, they won't even tell us how many people we talk to.
Why would
people ask me all the time, and they think I'm hiding the numbers. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I have no fucking idea. That's why you could just say we're talking to 10 million. We're talking to 10 million.
That's what I say.
Fuck it. We're talking to 10 million people a week.
There it is.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. There's no way you can.
Yeah.
Because they hide the fucking data for whatever reason. That is weird too. Anyway, enough of that. It was fun though, man. It was fun. I kind of enjoy incompetence now. It's just fun to watch.
It is funny.
It's just fun.
It is funny to watch. That was something.
We really got to get these guys out of here. I jump on. No. I have to pick up my kid. That's why this meeting's a little short. But I'm cool for a little bit. Summarize, please. Trust me, we want it out of there. but we knew it wasn't time to leave yet. Whatever.
This cough is fucking ponderous.
Sound a little better.
Yeah, it's still just like fucking, ugh, like Elmer, like almost just starting to dry Elmer's glue in my lungs. It's wonderful.
So we got this Yankees Red Sox thing. Really,
we're all lovey-dovey
really
here, aren't we?
No, they're showing it right now on Fox.
We're just
they're sharing a logo right now. New York stands with Boston.
We're in love, the Yankees and the Red Sox.
And the Sweet Caroline was played yesterday at Yankee Stadium. Oh, wait, is it?
The Yankee fans began to realize the significance of the song and what it meant. I thought that was fantastic.
They didn't really go with the Sweet Caroline at Yankee Stadium.
Dude, I watched it.
Everyone, I think it was a really nice gesture, of course.
Yeah.
But I saw the video like everyone else.
Lackluster
it just sat
response.
there flat.
Everyone was just sitting in their seats like,
and everyone was hoping it was going to be this big emotional moment, and
it wasn't.
And it wasn't.
Because they don't know that's a Boston thing. No one associates that song with Boston. I don't. New York.
Well, they
New
play
York
it at
every
Red Sox home game.
But a lot of Yankee fans would. I wouldn't know that. I've never been to a Red Sox home game.
Yeah,
no.
but they were hoping for this incredible, unbelievable moment. The video of it being played at Yankee Stadium went viral. Everyone clicked on it.
Good.
And there was a montage of people just kind of just sitting there.
Slouched in their seats. Kind of like nodding their head to it.
Even the big punchline of the song kind of...
It sat there.
Wasn't a sing-along.
Did you see the one guy? Look, she's asleep on his shoulder. Did you see the one guy that was eating the ice cream pop, and he's just like...
Yeah.
And he looks at the camera like, oh, there I am.
Yeah.
But it is something funny with.
Yeah, there he is.
Wait, could we go?
Wow, how exciting!
Let's play it on the show. We could talk through this.
How exciting!
Yeah, this is the video. But they were really hoping this was going to be the fucking moment.
A big moment. Like, wow, look, they transcended their rivalry to show support.
Don't get me wrong. Great gesture. But then the media is really pushing it, and guess what? It's not. You didn't get your moment that you're hoping for.
It's a great gesture, but it does show you the arrogance of baseball. Like, there's a Red Sox-Yankees rivalry.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a moment that New Yorkers stand. Of course we stand with people in Boston who were murdered in a terrorist attack.
Right.
Yeah.
They're our fellow citizens.
Right.
What is there anybody out there that goes, I can't believe the baseball fans put down the rivalry to fight terrorism?
Right.
Well, of course we did. Gives a fuck about the Red Sox and the Yankees when there's people being killed at an event. Gives a shit.
And the Red Sox and the Yankees, their Twitter accounts were tweeting each other. So I just retweeted and I wrote, "You two need to get a room." Oh my God, people fucking hate me for that. I'm like, really? I go, you two need to get a room because they're thanking each other and complimenting each other, just going for a little levity.
How'd that work out for you?
Not good.
Very little.
Not good.
But the idea
it wasn't that bad. I said you two need to get a room. No, was that a bad one? Was it bad?
I'm not feeling it.
No, I'm not saying it was the greatest tweet ever. I'm just saying, was it that bad where the hate comes at me?
What were you tweeting? You were tweeting the Red Sox and the Yankees what?
I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. You fuck.
Damn, Jimmy.
I saw it in your eyes, you fuck.
Face. You know what the problem was? I sat up in the chair.
Yes, you did.
You got so excited to pounce.
But it's amazing that baseball. I understand the rival, but no one gives a fuck about the men who hit the fucking ball with the sticks.
Yeah.
I think it's like, of course we're with people in Boston. Like there's not a rivalry between us as terrorist
Human
victims.
beings.
I think it's a cool gesture in general, but I think it just kind of fell flat because the media gets really, and we're part of the media, yes, mainstream media. They get really excited about this stuff, and they're really just hoping it's going to be the big fucking moment.
They wanted to
play on all their shows, like, oh my God, look at this,
full stadium on their feet,
right,
chanting,
and they didn't get it.
Everyone that was there holding up. They brought their own Boston Red Sox flags and banners, and it just wasn't.
No, it fell flat. But they're still trying to push it. Like, look at this amazing moment.
Yeah.
Great gesture.
God, terrible.
Great gesture. Not an amazing moment. Sorry. Can we play the video?
Fuck.
Caroline and we will stay right here to listen to it with you. And we'll throw it to the public address announcer here at the stadium, Mr. Paul Olden.
Not Bob Shepard.
It really is a great song.
I don't associate this with Boston.
No, not many people would unless you've been to a.
It's a huge Red Sox song, though. Really huge.
Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer.
Who the cameraman should be executed?
Yeah. Well, pause. Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, because I'm thinking, this is a big deal, and the cameraman really can't find the excited people.
Sorry, this is
fine.
Literally cement drying in my fucking lungs.
You need a little something to moisten?
It's fucking
Some the cameraman blew it too because he really isn't finding the people that are all gung ho for this moment.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, I'm fine. It's just annoying. It just sits here going in my windpipe. Yeah, that was nothing like they wanted it to be.
Do we need to play the whole thing, or go back?
Let me see a little more. Let's see.
They're like, hey, look,
clapping.
that's me on the.
One guy's clapping.
This guy's just eating his ice cream.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm on camera.
And this is the big build-up. They're just rocking back and forth.
It's too small to see. We see it bigger.
Yeah, it's a little bigger.
Yay!
Oh,
she's rubbing her eyes because she's tired.
Look,
empty seats.
So you got a little bit, but
5 people.
Yeah,
because they know the song.
Empty seats.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
No one's there.
Empty seats.
Yeah. They don't care.
They're checking their phones. This guy's just holding his kid. They're singing a little bit over there. But the rest of them around him aren't singing or into it.
No.
They just like the song. They don't know what it means.
Look, she's texting.
She's fucking...
Exactly. Sending a cunt picture.
Right. That lady's drinking beer out of with a straw so it doesn't fuck up her teeth.
Guys are holding the flag. They don't know how to hold it up.
You see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah. It's a giant anticlimax with empty seats around it.
And then watch this.
Yeah.
And then they just stop the song in the middle.
Maybe they realized.
Why was the guy talking?
Because of this. That's it.
They just cut it off.
That's it. That's
nice
what the
moment here at the stadium.
It wasn't a nice moment. It was. It was a nice gesture.
Why the fuck would they do that?
If you're going to play the fucking song and there's this big fucking deal happening between the two cities, baseball could wait for another minute and a half. I think that song had maybe fucking 90 seconds
I think they
left.
saw it was going nowhere.
But at that point, I went, sweet, okay, number 42.
Okay, right.
Good one. Well done.
I don't know.
Well done, Yankees.
You can't fucking beat them up for trying something nice, but let's not make believe it was an amazing, holy shit moment.
It wasn't. Indeed, it wasn't.
Obama finally saying terror.
Oh, that's good.
Finally saying terrorist
about
attack.
his fucking administration, about his tenure. I don't like what he's done.
Oh, I didn't quite understand that.
We were wondering when you were going to let the world know.
Yeah,
it's about time you finally tell people you don't like them.
I love how everyone's perking up to the fact that everything, this health care that he said wasn't going to cost a dime, is costing a lot of people money and jobs. I think one of the movie theater chains, don't know which one it is, god damn it, just pulled back their hours for all their employees. Sent out a memo that said, look, the cost of this fucking healthcare, we have to cut back our hours. People are losing fucking jobs and money because of it. My premiums just went up, and I put it on Twitter. I said, hey, thanks. There go my fucking insurance premiums going up. And someone's like, they always raise the premiums. Really?
God,
could you just for once go like fucking maybe there's some policy that's affecting everyone financially negatively? Oh, Christ.
I agree with you on that point. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
And the taxes that were in the last budget that Obama submitted, it's in the Democrats. There are taxes. How he said that no one's going to get taxes raised if you don't make over $250,000. a year. And then all these taxes are put in. It might not be income tax, but it's everything had taxes thrown on it. More gas taxes, cigarette taxes, just fucking everything. If you want to buy a car, there's more taxes on that. It's just they're taxing the fuck out of everybody.
I love how the administration didn't realize that, employers would obviously have to make some tough decisions because they didn't want to, pay the extra money. Of course that was going to happen.
They're going to have to start insuring people that they normally didn't have to insure because they weren't full-time employees.
Right.
And now that the criteria has been changed, they have to start insuring people, and they can't afford it. So they cut back. What did these idiots think they were going to do? Just suck it up and fucking lose money? No, they fire. When the government affects a business to the point where they start losing some money, they fire people.
They're going to have to. They have no choice.
What dummies.
But they didn't consider that part of this equation?
No, because the Democrats never think that.
And the Republicans.
Well, not on that. No, the Republicans have their own other problems. But this is a very Democratic
I guess you're right.
issue that they do. They love the tax spend and think that's going to fucking put us into prosperity. Get out of our assholes. Could you please just crawl back out of our assholes?
Can't both sides just be nice to each other?
You don't see what's coming out of your check, regular Joe, when you're working every day?
You know what? They take what they take. I take what I take. What the hell am I going to do? Get crazy about it?
I would hate to be stuck on an island with regular Joe.
Yeah.
I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation with regular Joe.
You know what? They do what they do. I'm going to have a buttered roll one way or the other. If I drop it, hopefully it's butter side up. What the hell do I know? I take the tell. You let the muckety mucks do what they do.
Joe's willing to put like everyone else in charge. Like he does it either house to the job site.
I don't tell them I'm going to do medical coverage. They don't tell me how to build a foundation.
That's true. What an asshole. Anyway. Okay.
Reaching out.
Yeah, I don't think that went over like they thought it would.
You sang that song, right?
Oh, I've sang that song a million times. It's amazing.
Donnie Wicklund, hold on. He texted me here. Tell Ant the citizens of MD are being taxed on rainfall. Have Sam
really
look it up.
That's a good one.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know. I just don't know.
You don't have to look it up. I think Don's drunk. So what do we know about, what's the latest on the Boston Marathon bombing?
Well, they still don't have any kind of leads on a suspect. At least this is what they're telling us. No leads.
I think they got a lead. They're not ready to fucking push forward any more info at this point.
You know what the thing is, though? A lot of times they can't really hide things anymore. I mean, anonymous people from certain agencies always talk to the media. It's like, someone told us under the condition of anonymity that, they got somebody or this or that.
Oh, okay.
But they do have the bombs that were exploded, and they figured out they were pressure cookers.
Right. Packed with metal nails, ball bearings, and such.
Nails, ball bearings, and some kind of low-tech explosive, probably black powder.
Packed in black nylon bags, really big, not big, but
like
really
backpacks,
really fucking heavy backpacks.
I don't understand how you get an explosion out of that.
And they were equipped with timers.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're starting to say they were equipped with timers.
Yeah, probably a timer. They found a circuit board, batteries, things like that. So, it was probably more of a timer thing than a cell phone.
There's footage of someone bringing those in.
Yeah.
Well, they got the picture, and this is frustrating. It's on the front page of our papers today. They show the are we calling it a backpack officially?
No, look, is it a backpack? It looks like a garbage. Oh, yeah, maybe it's a backpack.
And they show it next to a garbage can, and it was placed there, and then after the bomb exploded, that is gone. So they're basically saying the bomb was in this thing.
That's next to a mailbox.
Mailbox. Yeah.
Oh, mailbox. Excuse me. That's the second bomb.
All I'm looking at is those legs right there, and those feet. Like how close they are to that fucking thing, man.
But then they smeared out the post aftermath picture because there's a body
there. Yeah. I know.
But it's like you're showing like just
the point
horrific fucking images from this thing.
And the point is to show that package isn't there anymore.
But you can't see it because they decided to smear it out because there's a victim there. Then at that point, then don't even attempt to do this because you can't see anything.
And they've shown fucking horrid things in the paper
We've
already.
We've all seen that guy with his right leg.
Both his legs.
Was it both his legs?
Both
It was
of them
both
were
his
gone. I
legs.
saw a front view of
Yeah,
that.
it's terrible.
I only saw the one.
No, when you look from that, from your point of view, you could see if you look carefully that the leg is not there, and when you see a head-on view, both legs are gone.
The other one, he's got a
guy.
little more of a shin on the other leg, but yeah, it's gone.
That was horrific.
That poor guy
was
lost both legs.
terrible.
Is that a video,
Sam?
Yeah, play the video. Pressure cookers used
Pictures
to
have
hold
emerged
bombs.
which show before
No, it's not
and
a-
after the second
it's
bomb
photo.
went off near the finish line of the Boston Marathon. The first image appears to show a large shopping bag placed on the other side of the barrier, which may have contained the explosive device.
That's the second
The next
explosive.
photo was taken just moments after the bomb was detonated.
Why blur
Parts
it?
of the image have been blurred, but in the untouched photo, the bag is gone.
Well, then show us the untouched photos, stupid.
Pictures recounts her view of the event and
But
realize
couldn't they blur everything else and have a circle
Except for that.
exactly
Right,
where the
right,
bag
right.
was supposed to be?
Right.
What the fuck are they doing?
Morons.
They can't even do that right.
No, they can't.
They blurred the entire scene. It's like, no, all we need to know is that little circle, that little spot.
We understand there was carnage. We don't
Of
want to see
course.
that. But fucking, show us that the bag is gone.
sensation of what her camera may have captured.
May have captured.
Flying and slammed on the ground and legs cut off and covered with blood, and I was like, oh my god, this is a bomb. In pictures, we were like, what happened? Where's the bomb? And my husband and I were looking at the pictures, and we're like, this must be the bomb. And if you look at the pictures, the tables and chairs behind, the mailbox didn't blow away, and the glass doors are not shattered. So, and the person who was right behind that bag got hurt the most.
Well, because
the images have been passed on to FBI investigators. And Atlanta's Fox 5 News claims to have gotten its hands on photos from the crime scene.
On photos from the
images
crime
allegedly
scene.
show remnants of the first bomb, which was made
bomb?
using a pressure cooker.
Pause.
The leaked photos also appear to...
These cunts. Oh, I hate using that word. You see how they had to have their fucking logo on the on the actual
using a pressure
look how
cooker.
they made the
they
logo
watermarked it.
almost like it's stamped on the bomb itself.
Oh, wow.
They made it out of pressure cookers. Why do we talk like this?
Is this Australia?
I hate that's like an English fucking the way they deliver the news in England. There's always a man talking like this. I hate that. It's not the normal speech pattern.
Right.
Even for your fucking stupid country.
Right.
They stole our language.
Exactly.
Here, finish this up. It's quick.
Photos also appear to document fragments of a black nylon bag, which many news organizations are reporting housed the first bomb. But the FBI refused to comment on these photos.
All right, well, there you go.
A pressure cooker, yeah.
The pressure cooker is, so they're saying 6 liters.
tight.
So that's like 3 bottles of soda, basically, right?
Yeah, yeah. And
2-liter bottles of soda, you put 3 of those together, that's about what you're looking at here.
And what you want is a container that doesn't leak. It doesn't have anything that's going to blow out any sooner than any other part of it to relieve the pressure before the entire thing blows up. Then you get that big blast of energy all at once. If you have something that's a little soft or something where the bottom or top could blow out first, the weakest link in there, you're not going to get as strong an explosion. So that's why even with probably the use of black powder, low-tech explosives, they were still able to get such a big blast out of it that just ripped people's legs off right from under them.
And whoever did this really should just have their throats cut. Because, I understand terrorism is to terrorize, but look who you killed. An 8-year-old, a woman, and a Chinese national. Whatever your objections with the United States are, whether it's military or it's not with an 8-year-old, a woman, and a Chinese national.
What you did.
Look what you did.
Right.
Look at who you fucked. You hurt a lot of people, but look at who you really killed. Look at the 3 people that died. But they should just cut the throat of whoever did this. They won't, of course. They'll put him on trial.
He'll be well protected.
He'll be well protected.
And all that shit.
It's also, if you look at where the bag was placed in that circumstance, it really isn't placed for maximum damage. Half of the bomb itself is going to go outward into the street where there really isn't anybody there. Maybe a couple of runners might coincidentally be running by, but the crowd itself is behind the fence on the other side of the bomb.
Right.
So you're wasting half the bomb pretty much, and then you put it next to that mailbox. You're pretty much shielding people to that side of the.
Makes me feel like he didn't know exactly what he was doing.
Didn't think it out. It wasn't right. It wasn't
a professional group because they would have probably put something like that right in the middle of a crowd.
Yeah, that's what you would.
Because you're right. Like 50% of this thing isn't hurting anybody.
Out into nothingness.
They knocked the old guy down, obviously, but besides that, it wasn't going to really hurt anyone that way.
Yep.
And then they're trying to kill runners too.
But even that, it didn't. You might get a couple. It's not going to be.
What was the blast radius, you think? 20, 25 feet?
Maybe 20. It looked to me like when it went off, some people that were literally 15 feet away on the front side of it were fine.
Yeah, they got knocked down a little bit. But
yeah.
It doesn't seem like they got hit with a lot of stuff.
It was the people right in that general area that really got fucked up.
Maybe, they were going for runners, but didn't even realize that this thing wasn't going to have a huge blast radius.
I think that was the most convenient place to put it down where you would not be suspect. Like if you just put it in the middle of a crowd and walk away, you could put it there. People put shit, it's on the side of the road. It's by a mailbox.
On a day like the Boston Marathon, you could pretty much put a bag down anywhere. We've been in those situations, yes. Under a table, under a chair, you really could.
Who knows
and both were on the side of the curb, basically.
Yeah. Well, the other one was a little more in the.
Was it in a little further?
Yeah, it was definitely in further. It was more against the building than it was toward the street. The first blast.
Then I'm absolutely wrong.
It's probably two people.
Might have been.
Because one guy lugging two giant bags would look weird.
Yeah. One was in the backpack.
Not on a day like that, though, man. It looks like you just fucking had some shopping bags.
But if you're doing this, you're going to be very paranoid of everything. People around you might not give it a second thought if you place a backpack in the middle of a crowd. But you yourself, knowing you're placing a fucking bomb, are going to think everyone's looking at you.
Right.
And you're going to try to be as...
even though it was later in the race, it's still tough to maneuver around the sidewalk. So they obviously came from the side street. I could hit the marathon from whatever side street is right near there. I'd have to look at a map, then find an area, boom, boom, and then come back out side street and go up a little further, back down another side street.
Who knows how long it was there too? It might have been there for an hour. I don't know how long these things
how
take.
long the timer was set for. Who knows?
True.
That's another thing. But I'm sure there will be other photographs and video from there. The biggest thing the cops want right now is video from everybody, from all the store owners. They said don't erase your video. No matter how unimportant you think it looks, save it and give us a call. Let us look at it, all the photographs. And they will absolutely have at least a frame of somebody placing that fucking package there.
I bet you it comes out
that
today.
close to the finish line? Oh, my God,
yeah. There will absolutely
It comes out today. It comes out today.
Well, they probably have it already.
That grainy image of, I mean, because if they got that photograph, then most likely they got video in that spot.
Yeah.
Because everyone wants to fucking film shit and put it on their Facebook. Everybody at this point.
Yep.
So if you're there and you got runners, you're filming shit.
Yeah.
Remember they said they had 2 unexploded bombs.
Yeah, that turned out to
wrong
be
too.
Erroneous.
The Saudi man completely cleared.
Oh, good. All right.
Turns out that was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the interview of his roommate? It was like, I don't know, dude. I just want to go to school or whatever the fuck he said.
Fuck.
If you can find that, it's a quickie because the media, the reporters were talking to the Saudis' roommate, and he's like, "Look, I got to go to school. I got
what do you want from
test
me?
Or something. Is this it? Is it long?
No, it's less than a minute.
Yeah.
Questions the roommate.
Jonathan Wachtel, one of our Fox producers, talked to one of his roommates a short time ago. This is part of the conversation they had. Now, listen carefully here.
On at the marathon, do you think your friend did it?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
No, because they're good people.
What's your friend like?
Yeah, they're studying, and I haven't heard about that. I haven't heard about.
What can you tell us about your friend? What is he?
He's shitting his pants.
Let me go to school, dude.
Let me go to school, dude.
Let me go to school, dude. Good.
Good for him. They were pushing the Saudi guy.
I humble you.
They were pushing the Saudi guy being involved. Pushing.
Yeah.
But he's been completely
He's
cleared.
one of the victims, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just been cleared. Investigators are trying to identify a white man in his 30s seen on video surveillance at both bombing locations before the blasts. Interesting.
That's a reach.
All right, I didn't know that today.
We'll never know.
Yeah, I bet you it's a white guy. Here's why. Everyone knows Boston, and you're gonna stand out a lot. Boston doesn't play games. If you're a white guy in that neighborhood, you're okay. But anybody else, they're not afraid of looking at you. Hey, what are you doing, brown knuckles? They're not scared to fucking... What are you carrying there? Terrible Boston accent. But it's a white guy.
We were up there recently, and we were commenting about how segregated, excuse me, it still is. It's amazing.
There's a white guy in footage of both bomb locations?
And they're also... I didn't know this. They're leaning toward domestic terror. Is that true?
Who's reporting that?
I don't know. Some might fact check.
People are saying.
Sources are saying.
Close to.
And then we got Obama. This is. I wish the guy would get on TV a little more, but whatever. He's getting on once a day so far.
Yeah.
There's not much he can offer. Honestly, he's not a part of the investigation.
Clinton had that vibe where he would just say "fuck it," turn on the cameras. What are you going to say? I don't know.
Let's wing it.
Right. I feel like he was more of a wing it guy, and not so calculated. They're all calculated, but I don't know. It seems Obama's a lot more calculated than.
Yeah, Clinton was sticking his pecker on everybody.
Certainly was.
Here's what I said.
Here's some quick shit from Obama from yesterday.
We continue to mobilize and deploy all appropriate law enforcement resources to protect our citizens and investigate and to respond to this attack. Obviously, our first thoughts this morning are with the victims, their families, and the city of Boston. We know that 2 explosions gravely wounded dozens of Americans and took the lives of others, including a 8-year-old boy. This was a heinous and cowardly act, and given what we now know about what took place, the FBI is investigating it as an act of terrorism. Anytime bombs are used to target innocent civilians, it is an act of terror. What we don't yet know, however, is who carried out this attack or why, whether it was planned and executed by a terrorist organization, foreign or domestic, or was the act of a malevolent individual. That's what we don't yet know, and clearly we're at the beginning of our investigation. It will take time to follow every lead and determine what happened, but we will find out. We will find whoever harmed our citizens, and we will bring them to justice.
That old gag.
Didn't really hear anything in there.
Nothing really new there.
Nope.
As they say. And some ricin found in the Congressional Post Office place there.
Yeah, to a senator.
How they find that shit?
Maybe they just do random tests.
Random.
No, the guy didn't touch it. You touched it?
I don't know.
No, he didn't.
Maybe they were making sushi, needed ricin. I couldn't think of nothing.
That's fucking good enough right there. You thought of something that was fantastically funny.
Yeah.
You touch that shit, you're in a world of hurt, right?
It's the craziest poison ever. It really does damage to you. Wow. This, I guess there's a Congressional Post Office. Like, all their shit goes to one place.
Right.
And they must really paw over that stuff with all kinds of shit. Sensors, scanners, whatever.
That's got to be a scary job.
Yeah, right?
Imagine being that guy.
Indeed.
Christ.
So they found it.
Yeah.
And then apparently it didn't have a return address or anything, but they cross-referenced it with other letters that this guy has gotten and found other letters that match the handwriting and context of, syntax of the writing, and they figured who they know who it is. So I gather that guy's in Dutch.
Piece of garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, you.
Yeah, I know. I know.
So they know who sent it?
Yeah, they're saying they kind of know
likely?
who this guy is. And I
Wow.
guess they're going to go get him. Yeah.
And then Mayor Menino.
I saw this live yesterday.
Not as strong as he was the day before.
He looked, I mean, everyone else is standing there in their suits and official uniforms and whatnot by the podium. He's next to the podium with that leg sticking straight out with the cast on it.
Right.
And he's leaning over to try to get to a microphone. And he was a mumbling motherfucker yesterday.
We just go with this?
Might as well. Is it the whole one? The whole speech?
Pretty much.
How long was it?
2 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I want to see what he looked like. There's Mayor Menino talking about, what's
Crank
going
that
on
volume
there in
up. It's
Boston.
like halfway.
Yeah.
All right.
The city of Boston. Tragedy was brought to one of our neighborhoods also. This is a close-knit place, the city of Boston. Here we know our neighbors.
This is a close-knit place.
All right, we're in a tough spot, obviously.
Hey,
I just want to acknowledge we're in a tough spot.
Close-knit place?
We're still going to make fun of what he said. I'm sorry.
The people...
Because it's unbelievable.
You need a leader who you can understand.
Yeah.
He really, literally is the worst human to be speaking in times where people need comfort.
He ain't it.
He needs to start wearing a bow tie. I think he's at that point in his life.
Stay living infamy. That's not what's custom for you. You do for the country.
What's the face of what?
Ich bin ein Blume. Ich bin ein Balloon.
You can start from the beginning. We'll try to shut up for a little bit.
Tragedy was brought to one of our neighborhoods. Tragedy was brought to one of our neighborhoods also.
Neighborhoods.
This is a close-knit place, the city of Boston. Here we know our neighbors. We grieve for them. We grieve for the little boy who we knew from Dorchester. But also today I want to say we know our heroes also. They are the men and women who wear helmets, who wear the badges, the runners, who helped us yesterday during this time of need.
So far,
and
so
as we
good.
go together on this issue with all the law enforcement officials, we're going to make sure the city pulls together. We got it under control. Let's continue to work together. Let's keep offering a helping hand to individuals who may need it during this very difficult time in our city's history. But I just say to all of you, I've been mayor for 20 years now. I've never seen law enforcement pull together, working together to solve our crime in our city as they have, but also how people pull together. The business community, the neighbors, everyone. This is a tragedy, but Boston's a strong city. We're a city that'll get through this. And like the governor said, we set up a resource center over at the castle near the Park Plaza Hotel, where staff will be there available to give information to individuals who've been involved in the marathon. And it's open from 9 to 5, and the phone number is, let me think of the phone number, 635-5040, I believe. And our hotline is, the number is, wrong number, 617-534-5050. And also the 24-hour hotline that you need information also. That number is 617-635-4500. Over the last several hours, we've received calls from all over the world asking us information about the
this wasn't yesterday.
tragedy and how they can help us. So this is a bad day for Boston, but I think that if we pull together, we'll get through it. We're a strong city. A lot of people willing to work together to make this a better place for all our people. And so as we gather here today with all our officials, let's say Boston will overcome.
That's not bad.
No. I heard
That wasn't
a
bad at all.
different speech yesterday. That
Really?
wasn't it. One where he talks about BostonFund.org.
Right.
Boston Fund or Boston Fund. You couldn't understand what he's saying. .org. .org. That wasn't it. And he did a horrible job.
That wasn't that bad.
But that wasn't the one I saw. Huh. WTF. I say. WTF.
Is there another one up there?
No?
No.
I don't get it. What happened? Boston.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, well.
Yeah, we'll have to look for it.
Yeah, we'll look for it during the break.
Because he was really mumble-mouthed in the one I saw.
Oh, we got Alex Jones today.
Oh, yeah. Look out.
All right.
And another conspiracy theorist, Richard Voss.
Richard Voss likes to do conspiracy,
Yes.
doesn't he?
Richard Voss from the Dunderhead Institute.
By the way, an update on the Family Guy clip we played yesterday that indeed was put together.
Yeah.
Seth MacFarlane came out and said just that.
He did it, or someone else did it?
Someone just did it.
Oh, he didn't do it. Oh
No,
my God,
no,
he was.
God, no.
He was definitely chastising.
Yeah, he was not
people
happy
that did it.
that
Yeah.
they were using his
no
his show to push that forward. Whoever did it did a pretty good job, though.
Who? Are we going to get to pressure cooker control? How many pressure cookers can you buy at one time? I say 7. Only 7.
How do they do? Aren't they plugged in? How does that work without being plugged in?
I've never.
Oh no, it's not. You don't have to like cook it. You take a couple of wires and run it inside the pressure cooker with an igniter, and then the wires come out. You have a battery with a timer and stuff. Circuit completes. Igniter burns. Boom! Thing explodes.
I'm dumb.
He's there with a hot plate. It's on the stove.
Trying to figure out where to plug it in.
Cooking it. That is a hilarious question. Don't you have to plug it in?
Who uses a pressure cooker? I didn't even know. I didn't even
really
know
meant
about
that too. I'm fucking.
Oh, that's
stupid.
hilarious.
I didn't even know about pressure cookers. What do you cook in a pressure cooker?
I think like a pot roast or something. Like something that you would want like a piece of meat that you got to make tender. Like a shoulder roast.
It's very different than a crack pot, right?
Yes, different than a crock pot.
A crack pot.
A pressure cooker it uses pressure. I don't
understand
I don't cook on
why you
man.
need a pressure cooker.
When you cook, when you make heat in there, it builds up pressure in there. So it's got like the lock top and fucking screw on and stuff. So it's really sturdy. And you raise the pressure so that the juices and everything that's in there push into the meat. It like squishes everything into the meat. So it's cooks it that way.
It makes it more tender?
Yeah.
They don't explode in the house ever, do they?
They used to. But they got like safety devices on them. You got the pressure gauge, and then you got the a vent that if it reaches a certain pressure, it'll go and vent out. I'm certain the terrorist people unscrew that and just put a bolt in there.
That seems fucking scary to have in your house.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck that.
If that
I don't need my meat that tender.
If that little venting valve plugs up on you, yikes.
So they could kind of look around and see who bought pressure cookers lately.
Well, they were
sort
saying
of what the
they're
FBI does, don't they? They get a
yeah.
massive fucking list of
They're going to
people.
put it together. They're going to find the serial number, find the lot that it came from.
You think they'll be able to find all that?
Oh, they'll trace it back to where the store it came from, when it was sold, shit like that. And perhaps, if somebody slipped up, which in some cases they do, you might actually have some kind of receipt for where this guy, or people bought this and get a little more of a lead. Maybe there's a camera there in the store of the guy buying it. It's
They'll get
a lot of options here.
This is where all the cameras help. Something. Oh, my leg. Somebody's gonna show up on video. Yeah.
I remember the coyote once went up to Bugs Bunny's hole. Right?
It's fucking not. That's a cartoon.
Yeah. And he had carrots and celery and all kinds of stuff. And he sat in front of the hole and he went, and he chopped it up in there. And then he took a big pressure cooker lid and he stuck it on the hole and screwed the thing on and started cooking Bugs in the hole with a pressure cooker. But Bugs came out another hole.
He always figured it out.
And then he came up behind him. He's like, "What's cooking, Doc?"
Right.
And he fucked with him.
Yeah.
Did he say making rabbit stew?
Yes, yeah, he said something like that. Yeah.
Bullshit.
And then he Bugs said there's no rabbit in there or something. And then the coyote unscrewed it to look, and he lifted it up and put his head in, and Bugs stomped down on him and started screwing the thing. His legs were sticking out of the top of the pressure cooker. It was hilarious. Fucking love Bugs Bunny.
I fucking love it.
People are saying you're wrong about the pressure cooker thing.
What?
I don't know. Let me see.
Of course.
Let me see what Vinny in Atlanta has to say about this.
Right.
Vinny,
What happened?
Anthony, you're a little bit off on how the pressure cooker works.
Wow.
water under pressure boils at a higher temperature, so the meat will cook faster because the water is boiling at like 230 degrees instead of 212.
Oh, yeah?
So you're saying that it doesn't force the juices in? The way Ant was said, it was basically like giant hands making juice go in?
I would assume that if there's pressure around the roast, that it's going to, infuse it into the roast. No?
Sir? Back to you.
Yeah, that's all I got.
I don't know. Maybe he's also right about, pressure and temperature, but I don't know. I thought, doesn't water boil more at lower pressure? No, that's when you go, like in Colorado, isn't it hard to boil water? How does that work? Which way is it? Which way is it?
Boil water in Colorado? What is there, no tea? Everyone who owns a tea shop is fucking starving.
No tea. No, I think lower pressure water boils faster. So does water boil faster in the Mile High City than it would at sea level? Well, I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, lower pressure is easier. Okay.
It is.
Yeah, okay, good.
All right.
All right.
White golfer has meltdown and goes on racist tirade on course at two black golfers.
Hey, Anthony, was that you? I didn't know. Oh, if I see one of those, I didn't know you were at. I didn't know you were in.
You get those?
Hey, look, I get them all the time. I see yours too, the ones that people send you. Hey, Opie, I didn't know you were in. And then it's some picture of some guy that has red hair.
Yeah, I know, yeah. We all look alike.
Yeah.
It's not red, by the way.
Do we have any?
It's a little red. Not all red. What?
Do we have any Pat Summerall audio?
We better. He's a legend.
He's dead.
What was his most famous call? That's my question today. Pat Summerall's dead. Pretty sad. 82. Heart attack, I believe. He was recovering from surgery for a broken hip.
How long did him and Matt
hip thing
work together?
I would guess about 3 years.
Oh, I thought it was longer.
Yeah. Actually, 21 years together. Wow.
I did enjoy those guys.
They were great, weren't they?
Fuck yeah, man.
Summerall worked 16 Super Bowls.
I mixed him up with the guy from Wide World of Sports.
Oh, no, Summerall's.
Which guy from Wide World of Sports?
The other guy with the light bulb head.
Bill Tetley?
Who was the guy from Wide World of Sports? Jim McKay.
Oh, Jim McKay.
I mixed him up with Jim McKay.
Okay. No, Summerall was... He was the best.
Okay. Now I know who he is.
He absolutely was the
Summerall
best.
played some ball also, didn't he?
Yeah,
yes, he did.
What?
He was a kicker.
Was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
We don't have any audio of Pat Summerall's calls?
Yeah, we should play one. Let's play it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the disc?
That's pretty good.
Nobody is leaving the stadium. Everybody is standing in, and they've been wanting one like this, and now they've got it this afternoon, a fine Super Bowl game. And the Cowboys, looking nothing like a corpse, they are very much alive. And they're teeing up the ball at the 35, and the Steelers are going to have to protect against the short kickoff. On the other hand...
this is I bet you that's Super Bowl 13.
Yeah, but it's
Dallas lost 35-31.
Wow.
Wow.
You're a machine.
If that's right.
But that's not how we all remember Summerall.
No, it's not.
That's
much.
young, healthy. Summerall.
Was that?
But it was a good try, E-Rock.
Yeah.
Oh, that was E-Rock playing that? Or
that's
Sam?
from his early years.
That was E-Rock.
That's from the early years.
What was that from, E-Rock?
It says Pat Summerall talking about Landry.
Oh,
Landry. I think if you're going to play a Pat Summerall clip, you got to do one with Madden.
Of course. Oh, E-Rock.
Well, those two made each other's careers.
Yeah. E-Rock's playing fucking Pat Summerall sings in the shower. No, we won't.
There's some, right? Fucking Sam's got some.
He was on the phone.
Oh.
All right, well...
Let's. I'm going to eat my sandwich.
All right, why don't you do that?
Yeah.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony. On Sirius XM. The guys are back from the toilet.
Now, back to our show.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, people. God bless you. God bless you, people. where it began. I can begin to know when, but then I know it's growing strong. Everybody was in the spring.
Everybody.
Then spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Everybody's hands touching hands. Nice tits, lady. Reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, the times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never
the worst dressed billionaire I've ever seen.
Now I look in the night, and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. Lovely. And when I hurt, when hurting runs off my shoulders, how can I hurt when holding you? Everybody, how do you want to feel? Warm. Touching warm. Touch my warm cock. Reaching out. Touching those tits. Touching tits. Sweet Caroline. The times never been so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh, no, no. A little musical interlude, ladies and gentlemen, for me to tell you how much I've loved being here, talking with everybody, singing to you people. It's a wonderful crowd. Caroline, the times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh, sweet Caroline, the times never seem so good. I've been inclined. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's hear for Anthony! You made the song yours.
Patrice.
Oh, fucking Patrice. Very good.
That was fun.
That was a good time. How many years ago was that?
18.
18 years ago. Man.
Yeah. Imagine that. Maybe not.
What's happening?
What the fuck? What happened?
I don't know what this is. We're asking for Pat Summerall audio. I don't know what this is.
What's going on? What happened?
I'm scared. I'm scared.
Sam's got some Madden and Summerall audio.
Okay.
But, I mean, aside from that, it's tough to pull something specific because he didn't have any specifically, famous stuff.
No, I know. We need audio.
Yeah, Sam's got some.
Okay.
But, I mean, if you want like a CD of just general Pat Summerall audio, I can make that for you. But
well, we need something with him because a lot of times on YouTube stuff is pulled because the NFL has intellectual property.
Sam's got something. I listen to this in the back office.
It's some Pat Winterall too or something.
Yeah, or fucking Spring.
The point being, Pat Summerall died.
Yes, he did.
And a lot of us loved how he called a football game.
I thought he stunk. That be different.
What do you got there, Sam?
Yeah, boo.
Set up the clip, please.
I can't.
What?
This is John Madden and Pat Summerall in pre-blowout mode during a 1996 game between the Dallas Cowboys and Miami Dolphins.
Oh.
I like what he said, Brett Favre's name. Someone said on Twitter he would say Favre.
Really?
But yeah, Pat Summerall had a great way of saying Favre's name. Good.
When you end up way back there, you got to have another word for it. 3 wide
receiver setup. Jairus McPhail, the ball carrier, gets up close to a first down.
What a great announcer
And
voice.
he gets it.
Who's this guy right here?
Oh, Burt Reynolds. Who's the lady next to him?
Right here.
Yes.
Ann Margaret?
Yes.
Huh? How's that? Didn't you coach Burt Reynolds?
Yes, I did.
At Florida State?
Yes.
Was he any good?
He was a defensive back.
I know. Was he any good, I said? He probably was.
He had a good personality.
Nah, those guys can't
He
play.
was a good personality. That's McPhail.
Have you ever seen a defensive back with a good personality that was any good?
Well, that's too many qualifications.
Defensive backs usually don't have nice personalities. And linebackers don't either. I mean, linebackers, you know, they're all half goofy. You know, they got their eyes, you know, staring and looking and crossed. And now the nice guys are like this guy here, Jason Garrett.
He could be a nice guy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, third quarterback, wears
He's a
the
shit
cap,
coach, though.
went to Princeton.
Should
you
be
know,
in politics.
has all those things going for him. These guys like this guy here, Charles Haley, nope.
No.
No, they're in the other team.
There's no mystery about that.
Love the circle thing.
This guy.
Somebody
Yeah,
jumped
one guy.
second down and about 7.
This clip sucks.
It's awful.
It's terrible.
I mean, Pat Summerall doing play-by-play.
It truly is Pat Summerall.
They just knew how to call a game, though. That's a blowout, and they made you stay tuned because you knew they were going to do some shtick.
Little Burt Reynolds material in there. John Madden's on his little Etch-a-Sketch going crazy.
Well, you forgot how great Madden was as well.
Well, he had that pen in his hand.
He got a
He
bit
loved it.
old in the end there, huh?
Yeah, he loved that fucking telestrator.
That was, what, 96?
Yeah. Once that telestrator was not new technology anymore, Madden was lost.
Oh, he loved it. He made that thing huge.
Yeah.
Madden.
Boom.
Look, circle him. Yeah, I know you're talking about Burt Reynolds. You have to circle him.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Who's this guy over here? Burt Reynolds.
He's Xing out. There's one player on the screen. There's no reason to mark
He put
him.
an X on him.
I'll say it again, man. Madden, when he was doing his announcing, used to live in the hood.
Oh, yeah?
My hood, the Upper West Side.
Oh, that's not quite the hood.
Oh, it is the hood. And he was a miserable fuck when he used to walk around Columbus Avenue.
Really?
And I've been in many a restaurant with the same guy. Not even a restaurant. There's a little place I like to go for what I like to call a chicken plate. You get the chicken, Middle Eastern style, with the rice and the salad. It's nice, right?
Ooh.
And I've been in that joint with him a bunch of times. And it's tiny. It's smaller than this room. It's just one of those little tiny little fucking joints.
And he,
miserable
not
guy.
a pleasant gentleman?
Not in the least. Made it very clear to everyone you don't approach him even.
But he doesn't look like a nice guy.
I was too scared to even approach him to maybe get a photograph or something. I would have loved a photograph with John Madden.
That's why his name's not John Neisman.
Yeah, it is.
John Madden instead of John Neiston.
Well,
But John Happyton.
Yeah, those are words you're saying.
How about John Joyfulton?
You want to watch Madden and Summerall open the 31st Super Bowl?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Fuck.
What year was that?
I don't know.
1962?
No, it was much later than that.
Oh, I do know that Summerall did golf as well and the Masters in general. But, you know, we know him from football.
It's 96, I bet.
But Summerall was great at whatever fucking he announced.
Yeah.
But people are like, what about golf? All right, but we
right.
know him more for football, don't we?
Football.
Yeah, he wasn't a great golfer.
97 is...
But he was the announcer for golf.
No, I made it up.
That doesn't mean he had to be a great golfer.
Yeah, I made that up.
No, he didn't.
Was he a drunk? Was Summerall a drunk?
I think so.
I said I said.
Everyone in broadcasting drinks. It's amazing.
Something good?
No, he says Super Bowl 30, and I just pulled out 96, but then he says 31. I'm like, oh, it's 97.
Oh,
very good.
Oh, it
That
is.
was right. I have a knowledge that is beyond all
Who
knowledge.
played in the 97 Super Bowl?
A couple of teams.
Do you know offhand?
Not offhand.
Why don't we let Pat
If I
and
look
John
him up, I'll
tell
know
us?
him.
I'm going to go with the Pats.
No, not 97.
Yeah, I think 97 was the Pats.
No, Pat's Giants?
Pats Giants?
No.
No, Pats and Cardinals? No, Pats and Green Bay. Yes, I know. I swear to God I know this. And the only reason
Go Pack Go?
Go Pack Go, our famous Super Bowl prank calls that, you know, were good back in the day. I don't know if they hold up. And we were in Boston. I do know this one.
That call definitely holds up.
Which one?
Go Pack Go.
The Green Bay
The pizza joint?
The tickets.
Oh.
Right?
Well, which one holds up? We did a few.
The one where you made whoever like run outside.
Oh, you think that holds up?
Yeah, I do. That's funny.
It's pretty wacky.
Do we have that, E-Rock? I want to see if it holds up. I haven't heard it in years.
It as wacky as it is, you still got the person to do that, and that's
it was amazing
and that's what's
how
funny
stupid
about
that person was.
Yeah.
I just don't. I just can't hear that voice anymore. Meaning my voice from '97. I can't hear it anymore. That over-the-top excitement and.
We got to be over the top, extreme.
A bit
you guys were young.
A bit hacked.
Yeah! Yeah! You guys were young wild men.
You want to replay that?
Oh, boy, I hate any of this stuff.
I think it's in the back. I gotta go get it.
You're a little Pat Summerall while we're waiting?
Yeah, a little
Sure.
Pat Summerall. And then some
97.
impressions, maybe.
Yeah, of course it was the Pats and the Packers. 97. We were up in Boston at the only station that really rocks.
Pat Summerall here with John Madden, and all that build-up and all of this hoopla. John, is it as big as it seems?
I think it's bigger than it seems. And if you're one of these players or one of these coaches, it's the biggest thing in your life. And it's something that there are 30 teams in the league, and there are 30 teams of players and coaches, and every one of them want to be here today. And then you say, well, how big is that? It's even bigger than that, because it's not just getting here today.
This is babble.
It's winning today. And I think that
This is a Madden clip.
in sports are the biggest gap
So
in
you
sports
gotta
is
give
the
it a little
difference
time.
between the winner
What? How
and the
long?
loser of the
15
Super Bowl.
minutes long.
The winner,
No,
you're
we're not
winning
listening to
champion.
15
They can never
minutes.
take it away from you.
Let
You'll
Pat
never
Summerall
forget it.
jump in. You know how Pat does.
Oh, I'm a big fan of eating up time.
There are two
There he is.
survivors, the
Oh.
Patriots and the Packers. They're going to play finally after all this build-up and all this being caged up, the players and the coaches.
No.
It's
Little VCR
It's,
glitch.
it's a VCR tape.
It's all right.
It's a tracking problem.
Oh.
A good start. We talked to
Wow.
Bill Parcells.
Bledsoe.
Bledsoe, my
In their
God.
game
Is he still playing?
That's the way
Remember
they
Drew
scripted. They're
Bledsoe?
going to give him plays that he likes, plays that he has
Drew
confidence
Bledsoe.
in.
Holy shit.
Can we hear the impression, please, that Anthony stumbled on? That's all I'm thinking about. Is
Oh, really?
That's all I'm
Oh, my
thinking
God.
about.
Yeah, let's go to this.
That guy's great.
So much for your Pat Summerall clip.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jimmy.
He's dead.
There's this guy named Max Cook. It's spelled like cock, like Jim Cook spells it, Koch. But it's Max Cook. He does a Tony Soprano impression that is fucking spot on. It's crazy good. And he also does a Christopher impression and Syl and fucking Paulie Walnuts.
Oh, he does all of them?
Yeah.
Oh, I only heard Christopher and Tony.
Yeah, he does. He does like all of them, and he puts together these little fucking scenarios with all of them. But his Tony Soprano is like fucking dead on, and his Christopher's really good too. His body language with the Christopher is good because the head's going back.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. These clips are 5 years old.
God, this guy should be on a stage doing this shit.
They have a lot of views, though, right?
Yeah, it's like 250,000 views on these.
250
Right
but
on.
in 5 years, But yeah, since I've been watching The Sopranos, I've been going through the whole thing. Last night, I got the pleasure of watching I love you, Johnny Cakes.
Oh, you're up to that point.
Dude, it was just as disturbing watching it again.
Didn't everyone kill themselves?
Johnny Cakes killed himself. Yeah, I got to play Johnny Cakes.
Couldn't take it.
There's one scene where they get into bed together, and they're laying in bed, and Vito rolls over, and Johnny Cakes fucking rolls against him, and you know what's coming, and then they cut to Bobby Bacala's train set, and it's the train going into the tunnel.
Oh, right, I remember
Dude,
that.
it's fucking hilarious. So on purpose. So fucking on purpose.
I hate when when Johnny Cakes wants to fuck and Vito goes, "Oh, you have to wait for that because he's cooking him dinner."
Oh yeah. It was so disturbing to watch these men kissing and shit. It was fucking horrible to watch.
Bunch of peckers.
Horrible. And another scene that was it had me cracking up. Like it's just shit I missed. When Carm went to Paris. And she's like just mesmerized
Hated
by
that.
I know, I did too.
Stunk.
But she's mesmerized by the artwork and the statues, and she's just looking like lovingly at this beautiful statue. And they left the shot there for quite a while, and they directly cut right to Syl and Tony and a guy on a ladder against the Bada Bing sign, and it goes right from that to Syl going, Make sure you scrape that shit off her tit. From the artwork to that, it was fucking hilarious.
What her reality really is that she lives with.
Make sure you scrape that shit off her tit.
Very funny.
Fucking great. So this guy must have been searching something online.
And you found him.
And I found this guy.
You just stumbled upon this guy?
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
fuck. So we put it up on our Facebook page, E-Rock. Opie and Anthony on Facebook.
Put his whole, his entire...
catalog.
Yeah, his YouTube channel. I don't think... That might not even be his YouTube channel. Oh, Bowler Hat. Yeah, it is. His whole YouTube channel.
What's his YouTube channel for the people out there?
Bowler Hat.
Oh, Bowler Hat, you said.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Because all of his videos are up. But this is him and Christopher. It's the same guy doing both of them.
It's okay.
Same guy. I love it so far.
Yeah, it's good.
Holy fuck. That's just like him. That's crazy.
So what the fuck's this now, T? Another fucking fever dream? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Christopher. Give me a fucking break, you camel-nosed prick. I practically lost my whole fucking crew. You didn't lose me, Tone. Not by a long shot. You pinched my so-called fucking camel nose and put me to permanent sleep after that accident. You're a fucking menace to yourself, Christopher. To your wife, to your daughter, and especially to fucking me. Fucking menace to society, right? I'm the fucking problem? Alright, take it easy. Jesus fucking Christ, Christopher, what the fuck? I mean, what if it wasn't me in the passenger seat when you was driving on 8s or whatever the fuck? What if it was your little girl in the back, in the fucking baby seat? I saw, Christopher, that fucking branch went right to the window. She could have been fucking decapitated. I put you out of your fucking misery, you skunk. You really should be fucking thanking me.
He does.
I was a made guy, T. You were like a father to me. Brother, at least. Fuck it.
He has his anxiety
It's my
attack.
fucking heart. Oh. That night I died before we swerved off the road. You remember what we were listening to? Fucking Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd? You recall that shit? Actually, that wasn't the official Floyd version. See, that was the Roger Waters live version that was taped at the Berlin Wall before the fucking Berlin Wall came down. Fucking Van Morrison, right? Yeah. We had a bond, you and me. Yeah, well, I'm comfortably numb now, Tone. Thanks to you. Yeah, well, you know what, Chrissy? In the fucking end, you're the fucking lucky one. So go put that in your crack pipe and smoke it.
The breathing is fucking great.
The mannerisms.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
He does that little lean in and squint thing where he
Right.
turns his head sideways. You know what I'm thinking? You know, he gets that whole
Yeah, you got to
fucking-
get like, I'm gonna fucking whack you or something, you know?
Oh, Chip.
That was unbelievable.
Oh, Chip. He's really fucking good. Where's the first one, the part one?
Who's just doing Tony?
Yeah, just doing Tony.
Wow.
Because he gets some of those.
The mannerisms are good.
I guess that's it. Is that it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. The breathing is class.
The head shaking.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck are you? Hey, let me tell you something. I got a lot of friends, certain friends of ours, and they're always saying to me, "Oh, Max," and I go, "Yeah." Wow. They say, "You know what you gotta do? Look at me. You know what you gotta do? Wow. What the fuck do I gotta do? Fucking spit it out." They said, "You gotta get yourself a fucking camera. You gotta put yourself in your fucking bedroom all alone
He kinda
during a
looks like
weekday
him,
when your fucking wife's at work, and you gotta fucking close the windows and close the doors and concentrate and do your fucking Tony Soprano impersonation." I said, "Yeah, is that what I gotta do?" It's a very difficult situation. Number one, I got a fucking beard. I don't remember T having no beard. Number two, I got fucking laundry going. Number three, I gotta fucking take my dog out for a fucking shit. As it is, I got a lot on my plate. But you know what? I'm gonna fucking do it anyway. And I'm gonna put this fucking shit on YouTube, and all you little fucking stronces, you little fucking dinks, are gonna sit there and post your little comments about how much I suck, and how much I stink, and how much I'm talentless, and I don't give a fuck. Because if you do, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna find you. Look at me. I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna stick this cigar up your fucking ass.
It's fucking good, man.
Holy fuck, I love it.
He's fucking good.
Yeah. But he should say,
what?
I gotta call calm or something, you know.
Oh. Yikes. Yeah, he's good. It's a bowler hat.
Yeah,
bowler hat is
He's very fucking good. What's his Sil and Paulie like? All I want to do is hear this guy do impressions.
I know, right?
Is there another one worth playing?
The
Go
one
with part
Sil.
tree.
Paulie and
part
Sil.
tree?
Yeah.
He's got a few that don't make any sense, but part 5, let's see. Yeah, this is the one with Sil and Paulie.
All right, let's see how this works out.
His Sil is good. His Paulie, man.
Let's see here, go over my list. Fuck.
He's doing the breath.
Holy shit.
Girls need new thongs. Toilets need cleaning. Fuck else was it? Fuck.
He looks just like Paulie.
Motherfucker, futuristic fuckbox.
He's at the computer.
He's doing Tony in a chair, and then he does.
Sil, what the fuck are you doing over there? It's his fucking computer. What about it? Ever since the coma, my brain's been a little foggy. So I got the computer so maybe you would help me with the books. Alas, the motherfucker's out to fuck me. Better not be anything incriminating on there, my friend. Oh, bite your tongue. Oh! Alright, take it easy. You want me to send AJ over here? Help you out with your computer struggles? He's a fucking waste of space. I bet he'd love to spend an afternoon with his Uncle Sil. I'm good. Maybe I'll, read or something. That thing I was looking at the other day. Fuck with it.
Who the fuck was?
Stupid book. Alright, fair enough. But what the fuck's with the fucking granny glasses on top of fucking everything else? Don't yell at me. I told you. It's my eyes. The coma. Everything's fucking different now. Ask me. You go about and pity for yourself. Oh, that quote again? I'm fucking serious. Don't fuck around with that shit. Oh yeah, the Jim Jambaway thing. I remember it like it was yesterday, Tone. Hanging up there on your hospital wall for all the world to see.
You can't do Paulie as well?
No, he's not a good
It's time for a subject change. Whatever you say, my liege, I'm here to serve. Hey, you reading about the body they found out at Baca Ranch in Cali? The Manson thing. I must have missed that.
He has the mannerisms and stuff.
Yeah, some of those Manson girls were hot, huh? Psychotic little twats. Squeaky from May. I could have nailed her. That little skis came through my neck of the woods once. Her and some friends. They were looking to get laid, high, some guns, and some knives. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. What do you hear? What do you say? Who the fuck you been? Oh, Jesus, Tone. I was doing my collections. I got an envelope for you.
I think he might be trying to do Bobby? I'm not sure. No, he does a great Bobby. Try to find Bobby Bacala.
Yeah.
Paulie
he does
can't
a great Bobby.
But his voice for Paulie is off because it's his voice.
Yeah.
But his mannerisms are great.
Oh, right there.
But the voice is right for Tony is stellar. Sil is great too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, see if this one's it, because his
Part
Bobby
7
is
we're up to.
Hilarious.
Is he still making these videos, or did he bail?
Corrado and Bobby.
Yeah, he does.
I'm so fucking depressed I can't even fucking stand it. You sound very angry. So what the fuck are you doing?
He does Melfi.
He's dressed up like her.
He does Melfi.
Oh, go back. What a great reveal.
He's all dressed up. He's got the wig on.
What a great reveal.
And just with that horrible delivery.
Oh my God, I got hiccups in left
Anthony. Oh, that's fucking great.
Shit.
I'm so fucking depressed I can't even fucking stand it. You sound very angry. Yeah, that too. But depression trumps it. So what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Oh, big surprise. None. I'm sorry? Look, I don't know what's going on with me, okay? But I got some feelings inside. Feelings I never felt before.
It's great.
I think they call it mourning. But I don't know what that means. In my business, you don't mourn. You move on!
Sucking the glasses.
You get close to people. People come and go. Family members, friends, etc.
He does
Anyway,
those subtle things that Tony
the person
did.
I'm missing here, is my brother-in-law, Bobby. Or Bob, as you used to call him. Bobby was a good man.
He does such a fucking
was a good
funny
father.
Bobby.
He was a good husband to my sister Janice. He was a good earner, one of my top guys. And then he was forced into early retirement.
He just keep
and
going
my
back.
fucking Uncle Junior, that fucking mummy, that lying, backstabbing piece of fucking old-ass mummy shit shot me in the pancreas. And Bobby used to take care of him. Used to be his #1 fucking flunky. He was verbally abusive. He was condescending. Bobby did everything for this guy. I remember having to go over there. It was fucking depressing. But I went. Just as Junior was starting to lose his mind. And Bobby would be there. And I would pick on him. And I would bring him down. And I would point out all that was wrong with him. And I regret that.
I know. Where's Bobby?
I hated going to that house.
Find Bobby, Sam. Fast forward.
I fucking hated it.
You can watch all these fucking videos. Though.
Yeah, here it is. Mr. Six Flags. It's Junior. The big glasses.
Oh, Mr. Six Flags. Why don't you dance a little spastic jig for me, and maybe I'll consider riding one of your roller coasters.
Just looking at him.
Hello to you, too. God fuck it all.
God fuck it all.
I brought you some carrots from my garden. What am I, fucking Bugs Bunny now? Yeah. What's up, Doc? I'll just stick them on the kitchen counter. Carmela, send along those carrots? Good for the eyes, you know. No, I picked them for you. Carmela still hates me then. God fuck it all! So, health-wise, how you feeling? I got cancer. The big casino. Actually, you're in remission for that. Nice try, though. What are you, some kind of fucking Weisenheimer? What do you know about me? Oh, take it easy. God fuck it all! All right, where's Bobby? Kitchen. Playing with this 1934 Ford Coupe. What happened to trains? Trains are for home, my little nephew. Bobby's garage is an oasis. To escape that hateful niece of mine.
He doesn't do a good
That's
karate,
Janice
really.
you're talking about, Uncle June.
No, but the mannerisms are
My
great.
mannerisms
are all there,
God
yeah.
fuck her too!
That's good.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go talk to Bobby.
He's just playing on the floor.
Jesus fucking Christ, Bobby. Oh. When'd you come in here? Is this what I fucking pay you for? Tom, I'm sorry. It's Junior. He's crazy. Oh, yeah? What else you got that's revelatory? I try to give him his lunch. He tells me to go fuck myself. I try to slip him his pills. He hurls insults at me above my weight. It's exasperating. Yeah, I couldn't help but notice myself. You popped out a few.
Holy shit.
Tom, please. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Why would you start it on me too when I'm trying to confide in you here? Whatever. My uncle shits that couch out there. You clean it up. It's your fucking responsibility now. You're his nursemaid. You hear what I said, brother-in-law? Let me tell you something, Bobby. He remains your responsibility until I say he no longer is.
Fair enough. You want to go get a beer, maybe something afterwards?
No. You know what, Bobby? Look at me. I think you best get home to your toys, huh? Your toys and my sister and your loser kids and the ghost of your dead wife. Get back to all the good things you got going on in life.
Wow.
You know, it would have been
And
great.
then he cries. He has a crying. Bobby loves crying. Yeah, that's about it.
Wow. That's a great find.
Yeah, he's fucking amazing.
All that makes
this
you
guy.
want to do is go watch The Sopranos.
I know. That's.
I just want to watch every one of these videos.
Yeah. He's good.
He's a good writer as well. Hey, it's up on our
He's
Facebook
good.
page, so Opie and Anthony.
It's yeah. I've been watching. I'm on like season 6A. I guess it was 6A and 6B. And the Johnny Cakes last night was fucking
Too much.
disturbing. And they fucking ended with a pool cue up his ass. Frank Vincent was so fucking good in that too. Oh my god, that season's great with fucking Frank Vincent. Told me I look like the Shah of Iran.
Some funny fucking.
It's hilarious lines in it.
I look like. Who told me I look like the Shaw?
Tony. He looks like the Shah of Iran.
All right, we got Rich Voss outside the studio.
Ooh.
He keeps peeking in, wondering when we're going to give him the invite to come in. We'll do that after the break.
It's a tough situation. When he says situation.
Well, he probably wants to know because he knows that Grape Cheeks is in.
Oh, look, Grape Cheeks is here.
Yeah.
Hi, Grape Cheeks.
Hi, Anthony.
Jesus. Jimmy's out of his
Grape
mind
Cheeks
today.
is the dumbest character ever.
No, it's not. I'm Grape Cheeks.
And now what?
I talk with grapes in my cheeks.
All right, go.
Hi, Aunt.
It's terrible.
Is he dumber than Liddy?
I hated Liddy. Yeah, Liddy was stupid.
Why do you have to remind him that he used to do Liddy?
He's one of my
Are you
all-time
kidding
favorites.
me?
Liddy.
Alex Jones at 8:30.
Oh,
Rich
look
Voss
out.
next. But first, these messages.
Oh, my God.
Hey, this is Frank Vincent. I play Phil Leotardo, and you're listening to Opie and Anthony. And don't make me come there, huh?
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony channel
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
on Sirius XM.
Hey, buddy. Welcome to Antonio's. Sit down. What are you looking for? A simple trim?
Straight black hair, do not like.
Well, we can't do much as far as color.
I bleach blonde hair sometime.
Okay, you do that. What is it you want me to do for you?
Want a nice, big hair with a lot of body.
Body?
Get us hairstyle. Look like a Rod Stewart.
All right. I can give it a try, but I can't make no promises.
I get tears for fears.
The who's for what?
I get a frock of a seagull.
What's that, like a Fagler thing?
Do not like, not attractive to a female.
Whatever you say, Karate Kid. How about I take some off the sides, leave it long in the back?
Look like a Bay City roller.
Yeah, sure, whatever you say. So, no ladies in your life?
When try to get American girlfriend.
So that's why you're here. Well, you gotta just keep trying out there, buddy.
Hungry like the wolf.
Yeah, well, there's a sandwich place down the block. Well, there you go. What do you think?
I look very sexy.
Yeah, right. Great.
Look good.
Glad you're satisfied. All right, Fu Manchu, hit the bricks.
I get on the with a skateboard, longboard.
He forgot his fucking glasses. Hey, buddy, you forgot. Yikes! That's not what I meant when I said a little off the top.
The Opie and Anthony Show continues.
I need some more coffee. Matter of fact, Rich Voss, who's in studio.
It's a good thing Voss didn't eat. We actually had a break, and Voss is waiting till the music comes back on before he takes the food out of the
First
bag.
of all, they just brought it to me. What am I supposed to do?
What are you eating today that we have to fucking listen to?
An egg white omelet. You won't hear me because I have a new technique.
You do?
Yeah.
Shove it up your ass?
Yes. What's that?
Nothing.
Nothing bothers me anymore. I just take this with stride.
It is good.
In stride, not with stride. With stride.
No,
Stride's a product.
No,
I take it with some stride.
No, I said I take it in stride.
You said I take it with stride.
with.
Yeah, I do. With stride on my eggs. I open a packet of stride. That's good. That's good. That's good. Wow.
Fuck.
What are you doing?
Shit it.
Oh, he's Edgaring you.
It doesn't bother him.
Nothing bothers you anymore. What happened?
I'm a new person.
Why? What happened?
Smart.
What?
Wow, you're not that new.
Slow down. What happened that nothing bothers you?
Because I have a new technique.
I thought you said you were going to eat into the mic.
Right, that's so far same old dummy.
Same old dummy.
So far, nothing is
pretty much the same fucking thing I remember seeing.
You come in, you're miserable and negative. I'm eating some grapes. He's like, those are terrible for you. I'm like,
how are grapes bad for you?
They're not bad. I don't care about the sugar. It's natural sugar.
It's not really. It's natural heroin.
There's a difference between natural and processed sugar.
Shut up.
And they're good for cancer.
You still got to be careful with natural sugars. But with that said, they say grapes are very good for you.
What do you mean careful? You don't run with them in your hand? How do you mean by careful?
Don't act like you meant it seriously.
Yeah,
where is the new voice?
Yeah, when are you going to bring out the new version?
Yeah, that's my new character.
Okay. Right now he's wearing a dumb mask.
You're not going to eat like an entire bag of grapes, but a few grapes are fine.
Yeah, why you don't think they're
good for
fine?
you?
I'll say it again. It's for
Mr.
cancer
fucking
prevention.
Addiction is given.
Addiction?
Yeah, I know. Listen, you're right. A couple of anything is good. A couple.
How about a couple of bullets? Why don't you eat those?
Okay. His third album. It's
Fourth.
a couple of anything.
Actually, 5.
Oh.
Now, you and Kathy Griffin have a bet. Who puts out the most specials a month? Oh, Griffith. What's her name? Griffith?
Oh, my God.
I'm not helping you. Try to do one a year.
You do one? Oh, really?
What's wrong with one a year?
No,
that's good.
Every 2 years.
Is better?
I put out a CD, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, CD, sure. I'm talking about a film special.
You're saying grapes are bad as you put the fucking
Splenda.
Splenda.
Exactly.
all those fake
Splenda.
sugars are known to be horrendous for you.
But
the chemicals and that shit.
Splenda's the best stuff.
But the grapes are way better. What you do is you take a few grapes, you cut them up, and then you put them in your oatmeal. Then you got the sweetness for your oatmeal without the fucking chemicals that the Splenda gives you. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, but then you got grapes in your oatmeal.
I've done it.
I don't know. Yeah. That seems
I've
weird.
also do grapes on tuna fish.
Oh, right. That's fucked up.
No, what?
No, it's not fucked up.
Relish on tuna.
All right. If you like relish on tuna fish, you go and cut up some grapes in half and put it on your tuna fish. You'll thank me tomorrow.
Yeah, grapes are good on tuna.
I'm telling you right now.
No.
I'm telling you right now.
Fruit does not go with tuna.
It goes amazingly well.
Celery.
You can't have.
A grape might be okay because it's crunchy.
No,
Celery's
perfect.
You do celery and grapes, and you got to make sure your tuna fish isn't too mayo-y.
No mayo at all.
No, that's how I like it. But
I don't like
if
mayo.
you need some mayo, go with the light mayo. You go with the grapes sliced
Bold
nice,
mayo,
and some celery, and you'll be very happy.
Go with Miracle Whip.
That's sweet. It's
Miracle
fucking
Whip.
Yes, Miracle Whip is so good.
It's like mayo with more sugar
you,
on it.
Yeah, at that point you go mayo.
No, you go light skin. I mean, not light skin. You go light.
Yes, exactly. Now I can finally agree with Rich.
And you put on hamburgers or turkey burgers a little coleslaw. You ever do that?
I don't.
And some French fries.
This guy's a communist.
A little
What the hell are
coleslaw
you
with some
doing?
French fries.
Right on the burger.
Huh?
Right on the burger, the French fries.
Insane. And some
Cheeseburger
coleslaw.
with lettuce, tomato. Close the fucking lid and eat.
Lettuce is a waste.
Nobody
Tomatoes
likes tomatoes
and pickles.
on burgers.
No one likes tomatoes on burgers.
I like a tomato on a hamburger.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I love some tomatoes, some crisp lettuce, a pickle or two placed discreetly.
Yeah, but they never give you the nice lettuce in New York City when you order
they
a
don't.
fucking burger. It's the wilted see-through shit they give
Don't throw a fucking pickle on top of the burger and wrap it in that paper either. Where you unwrap it and you got a top of your bun is green water, mushy green
Pickle water?
on your fucking bun.
You almost sound
It's
like
a touchy situation.
I was gonna say you almost sound like
Yeah. Hey, Tom, you hear my joke or something?
pickle juice.
Fucking pickle juice on my burger.
You got it down too. Let's make some videos.
I wish.
Let's make
that
some
guy
videos.
does such a good Tony Soprano impression. It's crazy.
I like a good pickle.
What kind of pickles, though? Now we got to fucking deal with what pickle works.
Cut or uncut?
What kind of pickle? A good dill? Where we at?
I do like a good dill.
We could all agree that the gherkins...
They
taking your calls right now. What's your favorite pickle? Call in and
Carnegie Deli has good pickles.
My wife goes to Costco now, so I open the refrigerator. There's a jar of fucking pickles the size of what they would serve in a prison to take them. It's
why don't you put that in a bit?
No,
and then get in a time machine and do it.
You just spoiled your closer. Hey, tell the MC, what have you done when I went to the pickle thing? Just get ready to come back up. Shut up, stupid.
First of all, you could go after me, but going after me on stage is just, you're just hurting
I never
yourself.
do.
You're hurting yourself.
They never do.
Sure, I'm hurting myself because I'm bumping into all those empty chairs on the way up. Holy shit.
Rich is fucking great on stage. His delivery is completely different than it is here on the show, by the way, too. You have a very relaxed delivery on stage. It's fucking great. And you're it's not just because you're known for being brutal to the crowd. You can fucking rip apart the crowd, but your fucking just your act is very, very funny.
Thank you.
I've seen Rich quite a few times, and he's fucking great, man.
Thank you.
I'll never goof on your fucking act.
But here's the thing: I'm very relaxed in here now.
You're shaking.
Sure you are. You're on medication.
You're shaking
eating into the mic.
I'm medication.
So, Rich,
sprinkle Xanax on your fucking oatmeal.
And you also said you're numb to the whole Boston Marathon bombing.
No, I'm not numb to that. I'm numb to just so much tragedy in this fucking world.
Aren't we getting desensitized? Like something like this. Years ago, something like this, and the way they're presenting it now and everything would have been literally shocking. They call it shocking. They say, "Oh, this is a shocking terrorist event," but in reality, and it's a sad state of affairs here, we're not shocked. We're not shocked. We look at it. We've seen so much shit on the internet and on the news that we don't look at it and put our hands over our mouths and go, "Oh my God!" It's just, "Oh, that happened."
This is the world we live in.
That happened.
All the newsmen were talking about how they were so what they were shocked about up there in Boston was people were going about their lives and jogging and walking their dogs and playing with their kids. They were amazed. They couldn't believe that was going on.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just we're really getting desensitized to tragedy. It's amazing.
After Connecticut, I mean that.
On mic, please.
That brought tears.
On mic.
That brought tears. Connecticut.
It's the new Rich Voss. He ignores the microphone.
So far, he's done everything he's done during every other appearance.
Audience ignores what's going into it.
Wow, you heard me when I said I want coffee?
Oh,
fucking rule.
Yeah.
Like, you read stuff on the internet, and then you go, is this really, can this really happen? Like, 15-year-old rape victim in some horrible Middle Eastern country who's the victim gets 100 lashes.
Yeah.
You know, and you sit there going, who thinks, what kind of insane fucking laws?
Where'd that happen?
Like Saudi. They do that in
fucking
Saudi
Montana.
Arabia.
I don't fucking in one of those Arab countries. She was.
They do blame the rape victim over there.
And we're friends with all these dog shit countries.
Yeah. The second you start bitching about human rights violations and stuff, just stop and look at what pals we have around the globe. Saudi Arabia, really, fucking, they're horrid. China, horrid to their people, but we do business with them. Man.
So, Rich, who do you think did this up there in Boston?
Who knows? Everybody, and this is the truth. And
let's go around the room.
I'm wrong, but people want it to be terrorism because they don't. Just like
it is terrorism.
Well, I mean, they want it to be
international terrorism.
International. Just like when the happened up in Connecticut, the school.
Yeah.
All the stuff online about the theories that it was. Bullshit, a hoax, or not like what's the word? A cover-up.
Conspiracy.
Conspiracy you going with?
Okay, when they said that about in Connecticut, people really wanted to believe it was.
No,
because, they
a
did.
small percentage of people.
Because
everyone else is smart enough to understand what really is going on.
You wanted to believe it was a conspiracy because then you're thinking, well, all these kids didn't die. So, you know what I mean?
Jesus.
Holy fuck. What are you talking about?
That would be a hell of a conspiracy.
Of course everyone...
Who thought it was that? Everyone knew they were dead.
Everyone knew they were dead.
Did you read all that conspiracy bullshit?
Yeah, there's like a small percent of 1% of people that buy into that.
They don't care about those kids. They are conspiracy theorists for different reasons, not because they care about the kids being alive.
I'm not saying I thought it was. I'm saying you want it to be because then you think maybe.
But we all know it wasn't even close to being true.
Did you look at that stuff that was online?
Yeah.
How they were
oh my God, you're going to love our next guest. Alex Jones will be on our show in 5 minutes. Rich, enjoy.
Alex Jones.
What are you talking about? You really believed half that shit?
No, I don't believe it. I say you want to believe it.
We had an
fucking idiots. I'm not saying I believe it.
You can't believe that stuff.
we had a well. I should shut up. We had an inside track, and trust me, it was real. We heard details that the fucking.
I don't think anybody thinks it didn't happen. So
I never heard that.
No. Not that.
So who do you think did it? I think it's a local guy.
Yeah, I think it's.
I think it's a local guy. That's I don't know why yet, obviously, but it has to be a local guy. You can find a crowd anywhere in America.
Someone's disgruntled.
So is it a local guy disgruntled saying, "Oh, here we go, big. It's marathon day. This is perfect for me."
No, it's one of these.
Because they would have found a crowd a long time ago in a fucking mall or some kind of fucking street festival anywhere.
Somebody raised the point though. Maybe, I mean, it could have been because of Patriots Day, but somebody raised the point that it was could have been a New York City marathon intended.
I saw that.
But because they canceled the marathon.
They said, fuck it, let's go to that one.
Yeah, it's obviously, I think it's a lone.
Do you think it's a local guy? Do you think?
I don't know if they're Arabic or not, or Middle Eastern or not.
I mean local to the Boston area.
If it's an Arab, it's not an Arab that came over and was sent with Saudi money and stuff. It's some guy that thinks he's going to, hey, look at me, I'm of Arab descent, and I'm going to do this. I don't, that maybe, and even that wouldn't be international. I think it's probably a domestic incident. It's probably, it's somebody disgruntled with the government.
Yeah, on tax day?
Yeah.
But tax day fell on, marathon day, so it's not easy just to say tax day.
Well, doesn't it?
Well, if it was a protest about taxes or a hatred of the government, April 15th,
and then it all just lines up, right?
Yeah, it just happens to work out well. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he could have said, "Hey."
Well, here's the question:
April 15th, let's
is the Boston Marathon on tax day every year? I don't think so, because it's always on a Monday, so the day changes year to year.
Yeah. It changes. But, obviously you know that in advance. If you go, we want to protest taxes, what can we do? Well, let's bomb something on the 15th.
Holy fuck,
what's going on the 15th?
Right.
Oh, the Boston Marathon.
Gotcha.
You got a pretty good advanced knowledge of that.
Yeah, I think it's going to lean towards one of those.
Yeah, I think it probably will be an anti-government person in one way or another. Somebody who doesn't like what's going on.
Mickey or Mikey looks Mickey probably.
Joe.
In Philly. You're going to be in Philly this weekend, Rich Voss?
Yes, at Helium
Comedy Club,
Wednesday through Saturday.
Very good.
Shit.
This guy wants to explain what you were trying to say a moment ago. Go ahead, sir.
All right, let me try to sort through.
I speak douche.
Yeah, right. Have some fucking banana.
Oh, Chip.
All right. So the reality that one guy was so fucked up in the head that he went and wiped out a whole school full of little kids is awful. And we would rather believe that it's a government conspiracy or some, group of guys in black trench coats in the room planning it is more palatable, and we want to believe that rather than the actual truth that society is fucked beyond belief. That's
a good one.
We'd rather believe that the government is capable of doing horrific things like that.
No,
and I'd be able to sleep at night.
It makes you feel more in control when you think it's a planned and carefully thought out thing. The randomness of one guy that's with Kennedy, or with anything, being able to change things, or it makes it so unpredictable and scary, makes you feel helpless. That's why conspiracy theorists. It's part of
knowing the government
let me explain
does things like that doesn't make you feel helpless.
No, not as much so, because you still have control on you still have faith in the power of the government.
Let me explain to this moron that's trying to explain to me. If you read
he explained it pretty well.
He said no, but he's getting it wrong.
Right.
If you read these conspiracy theories, they were saying none of it happened. It was all actors and the time.
Actors.
They were
Right,
saying
childish idiocy.
They say it was
crazy.
all,
And when
That's
did
like
you
the people
hold
that
on,
said
Rich?
one of the 9/11 planes
Thank you.
landed.
When did you stop
Cleveland.
believing it, though?
I
read all
never
this
believed. I never believed
It's
it.
horse shit.
Why do you believe that stuff?
What all the parents are
You're
just
right.
great actors and actresses?
Yeah, how do you
fucking buy this?
Listen to me. I didn't believe it. I said
You're
want to
presenting
believe it
I
because
don't
it
know.
makes
I think
you
part
feel,
of you were thinking, all right, that's possible.
No, listen,
Boss,
what?
are you talking the same thing that nobody wants to believe that the Holocaust happened, that they want to think it's all fake, and the moon landing and everything else?
It didn't happen. I know relatives that were there. It was there were more resorts than you think.
Yeah, but it's the same people who want to believe that bullshit because they don't want to accept reality, right?
I'm a Jew. Obviously, it happened.
It wasn't the
not
problem.
that's not the
Thank you.
problem.
The problem wasn't that you're a Jew.
Yeah, that was
The problem is he's a comedian.
No, of course,
Not
yes.
why Jimmy was shaking his head in disgust.
Oh no, yes, but there's no people that deny the Holocaust don't have these big theories, and they don't put these scenarios together. They just say it didn't happen. It's bullshit. Okay, but after what happened in Connecticut, you go online, and they had these. I mean, they do great work at piecing all this bullshit together.
Well, you could take it after the fact and make whatever kind of story you want out of it.
You're not willing to admit that a part of you believed that some of this shit is possible.
No,
Jimmy, he's changing his tune.
No, I'm not. You don't get it. I never believed it. You want to
You're like,
believe
they're
it.
pretty good at putting the pieces together.
You want to believe it, so you don't. So you're going. This didn't happen.
Right.
Do you understand? You want to believe it was a fucking play or a movie set.
What conspiracy guys do, that the news always gets things wrong when an event first happens, and the conspiracy guys take all the info because they think everything the news says and shows you is real, and then they go with that shit. Like, look at with the Boston Marathon bombing, they said there were 4 bombs. Now, officially, there is absolutely only 2. But the conspiracy theory guys are already going to run with that there were 4 bombs, but they're hiding the other 2 from us for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But that's just the news not doing their job.
That's right.
Did you ever see some of those videos after?
Who made them?
See?
No, I'm just saying. Did you see them?
What videos?
After what?
I know. Just I don't know
what?
the title. After
Sandy Hook?
After Sandy Hook.
Just call it after Sandy Hook.
After Sandy Hook.
Which
No,
videos? What?
I don't know these conspiracy. Like Bonnie and I watched one of them, and like I said, you can't cover up something. You can't be that good.
So what was
the push?
Was it the gun in the trunk? That one?
Dad,
what?
Kids, families meeting with Obama with different. I don't remember because it happened so long ago.
Yeah.
You
Wait,
have
with
to look
different
at it.
what?
Just look at it.
No, you brought it to our show,
Yeah,
so what do you know about it?
Tell us. I don't remember.
I don't
just
have
saying-
time to go look at this.
What do you mean I don't have time?
What'd
Just
you say
forget
about-
one sunset?
It's all fake shit.
It's
that old
fake.
gag.
No, I know it's fake.
What are you talking about? The parents and the families meeting with Obama.
There
What's
was
the
one
point
part
there?
of that
For what?
it looked like the picture was altered, and I don't remember. All I know is you sat there, you're watching, and go, it would be great if this didn't happen. That's all. As a person and a parent.
Here's one prime example from Connecticut that these conspiracy assholes were running with. They had a helicopter view of the cops taking a weapon out of the trunk of the asshole's car. The reports were that he went in and used an AR-15 assault rifle in the school. And then they said, well, here they are taking it out of the trunk. Obviously, he didn't use the assault rifle. They didn't look into the fact that the model shotgun that he used or didn't use and left in the trunk wasn't your normal standard granddad's shotgun. It looked exactly like a larger version of an AR-15. It had a removable magazine for shotgun shells. It had all the plastic rails and whatnot. So people, instead of saying, wow, That's a shotgun that looks like an AR-15. When, oh, how did the AR-15 get inside if it was in the trunk? When meanwhile, there's a completely logical and reasonable explanation that was the shotgun. But they never want to.
They never deal with logic.
No,
because let's just go with the one at hand here, the Boston Marathon bombing, the Saudi guy.
Yeah.
Watch the conspiracy people are going to run with that. Oh, really? He was cleared. The government actually took him away to live somewhere else.
And his family dealt with George Bush.
Right. He wasn't supposed to be caught, and they caught him. So obviously now the government says, he has nothing to do with this, and they've already relocated him somewhere else. And
Yeah, it's all. But you don't think.
I think the government.
It's just a general.
I think the government does shit. Okay, but to the level of like the Sandy Hook incident or this Boston Marathon bombing, no, I don't think so.
There's a clip.
No, I don't think the government, the whole 9/11 thing was a conspiracy. No,
there's a conspiracy clip online that shows from the marathon. It has some guy standing, and he's by the crowd right after the blast, and you see this. Human tissue, some type of meaty looking bloody thing next to him to his right, and then as he moves to his right and crosses in front of it, the second he crosses, it's gone, and there's like some piece of metal there. I don't know what that means, what it's supposed to mean, what the fuck.
Oh, they're going with that already?
Yeah, maybe that it's. I don't even know what they're going with.
Could I see the video?
But they're saying that it
the blood disappeared. I saw someone tweeting about that this morning.
The piece of
the blood or the guts or the whatever.
Yeah, some kind of a goopy piece of something.
So they're already starting to take little things and going with it.
That some video is altered and things like that.
I just hate them. Both sides are already trying to make this political. The right. They're ridiculous. The right is going that Obama said. Oh, sorry.
Okay, let's take a look at this.
So what is the title of this video?
Turn it up. And
I can't see it, Sam.
Let's see what this is.
Make it bigger.
The hell? Okay.
This is
okay.
The video I have up on my MSM implying we need to give up our freedoms.
Yes, God.
For safety.
All right, can we pause because this is going to take a while and we got Alex Jones on the line.
Oh, okay.
Alex Jones.
Thank you for your service.
He loves that. What's up, Alex?
Nothing. I was on Coast to Coast AM. I have had like 3 hours sleep. The alarm went off.
Yeah.
We always get the sleepy version of you.
You always get that's a good dingy one though.
Have you been trying to catch some Z's in your war room over there? I've seen your videos.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Listen. When every movie and every TV show, along with the real government training manual, says the libertarian gun owners are imminently about to do IEDs and they are going to attack you and we're going to have to wage war. The enemy is not Al-Qaeda anymore. It is the American people. Now, you wait. They're going to bomb any minute. Get ready. What do you do when they attack boys and girls? We give our rights up. That's right. And then it happens, and it's perfectly photo finished. 90% is completely staged. 10% chance that it could be some lone person, but it'll probably be provocateur. And the media was like, "Oh my God, how dare Alex Jones come out and say that this could be staged? He's so crazy." Look, he says in his tweet that most of it's FBI provocateur. That's the New York Times. They go find mentally ill people, and they sit there. I mean, in 1993, the New York Times had a sports report that the first World Trade Center bombing, they found 2 literally mentally retarded people, who are like...
And they gave them a show, and they went to Boston.
Exactly.
Exactly
what happened.
Alex, I gotta ask you something though. Here, I got some questions for you. What do you think this is? If it isn't indeed just a random bombing of the parade, what is your idea of what this is? Spell it out for us.
It is a false flag, self-inflicted wound for the giant, grandstanding, huge police state. I mean, if you think the military-industrial complex has like eaten America, like somebody eating a hot dog at a Yankees game, get ready because they're really going to gobble our ass up now. And even if it is real, even if this is that, rare, real event, because those do happen, this is grandstanding big time. And even if you believe in the war on terror, Obama all week long sits there signing death orders where sometimes they've killed 200-plus people at a wedding, where there's one bad guy they think they're getting, and they'll drop a 1,000-pound bomb right in the middle of the wedding. And, I've seen the foreign photos and videos. It's never on our news. It looks like a soup of sloppy joes. And you're not going to hear little such and such was 3 years old. Her whole future till she was blown in half by shrapnel. Obama's like,
I'll agree with that.
There's bombs and innocents being targeted.
I gotta agree. I gotta agree with you on that one. I'm also going to agree with you on the fact that I'm not sure, and I doubt the fact that the government is so involved in random bombings around this country. But I will admit to the believing that I think they use anything that happens to gain more power for themselves and to take liberties away from the American people. That I absolutely do agree with.
So that's all I'm saying. And there's this incredible spin machine, going on immediately going, you don't care about the 3 people that died and the 1,000 unless you completely bend over and ask Homeland Security to drive a bus up your ass. This is what's going on, and I personally can just see it coming from a mile away. But listen, I turn on any show, Hawaii Five-0, the new generation of Minions or whatever it's called, and you turn it on, and it's like this episode, this Grinnell veteran shooting cops. Can McGarrett stop him? I turn to the next show. Oh, this is the following top psychopaths. Who do they love hiring? Who are the worst people of this class of killers?
Yeah.
We're not just psychopathic killers. We're constitutionalist extremists. And all the psychos, oh, my God.
Well, that is true. I think the mainstream media, TV shows, news, are painting patriots and people that want the Constitution adhered to as some type of crazy, rebellious murderers.
But, Alex, you talk a lot about the civil liberties being taken away. And in some cases, I'm right. You're right. But like with the TSA, I understand they can be irritating, but I find this hatred of the TSA almost irrational because I deal with them a lot because I travel so frequently, and they're annoying. But do you not want anybody frisked when they go on a plane? Like, what is the alternative?
They're doing a job. I think they should all drag our children off into a private room.
No, I'm not saying that there's not. I agree.
I think potbelly guys, little tiny, creepy mustaches with twinkly eyes. I think my wife is there for them too. Well, this is what they. No. Listen, I've had so many TSA people go, hey, can I have an autograph? Bash the hell out of them.
Sure.
Or, hey man, we're not all bad. And then like, I've actually seen things at the airport where they're like, hey, go ahead and go on through. Just all sorts of stories like that. So I'm aware of things. I had Shooter Jennings, Waylon Jennings, shut in studio like a week ago. And off air, he talked about it. Plus, we taped something we're going to air next week. And he talked about how he'd been out on a cruise ship. Somebody gave him a joint. He didn't even think about it. And then he came through customs, was flying back home, and he pulls out stuff out of his pocket, and there's a joint, and he drops it on the ground. Like thinking, oh my God, and the TSA guy goes, you can go on through now, and like picks up the joint and basically hands it back to him. So I get that some of them aren't bad, but I'll bet there were like nice guards, like some guards were like at Dachau and Auschwitz.
No, but
like, listen, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to shoot you in the head to that's my job.
No, Alex, what I'm asking you, I understand that, and I know that there's pricks who work for the TSA. There's like some of them like mall security cops. They go way too far in their rate. I understand that, but I'm talking about the general attitude where people are like, the fucking TSA, they're taking our rights.
You would like a transvestite to do your
transsexual. Transvestite's a guy in a dress. I don't go for that. A transsexual is a much better egg. But I'm saying, how does that remove our civil liberties?
You know what? I don't know why they're saying right-wingers probably did this. Why aren't they saying, hey, it could be the government or elements they stand to gain or defense contractors that want to sell $15 million of robots to every city, which is now happening. or some foreign corporation that was like doing something. I mean, it could be a lone mental patient, but listen, here's an example. Thank you for your service. I actually can't do the voice right now because I'm so tired.
It still sounds like him. I still want to know how the TSA robs our civil liberties, though.
Fighter.
Fighter. Curious.
Here, do it for me. I love Jeff. He's such a good guy. Hold on. Can you do it?
What? A fighter.
There you go.
A governor. I've seen things that'll blow your mind.
That's it.
There it is.
Listen, all I can say is, if you think you've had your freedoms gang rape so far, get ready. But take the Holmes guy from the Aurora attack, who was getting like $30,000 a year in a DARPA program. By the way, the Theodore Kaczynski, the Unabomber, look it up. He was in MK Ultra. That got declassified. But it's like, never mind that the Unabomber was in an admitted CIA mind control program from the 1960s. Just forget that. It's not even a part of it. James Holmes was not a Navy SEAL, was not a fighter. But what he was somebody in the DARPA program with a Air Force top psychiatrist over him. Everybody knew what he was planning, and they've now ignored all that. And now they're saying, oh, we're drugging him for the trial to make him tell the truth. Listen, my dad's a dentist. I could come to your house and give you a Halcyon, the right milligram strength, and I could...
Let's make a time.
And pull your teeth out with pliers, buddy.
Ooh.
And you wouldn't even remember any of it. And if I told you, if I strangled a kid and then woke any of you guys up and said you did it, you would go on the stand and believe you did it. Okay, so they're now putting him on truth serum. It's not really truth serum. It makes you say whatever the hell they.
Alex, now you're talking mind control.
Hold on.
So hold on.
My Huggy Bear.
So Alex, you think that James Holmes? What was the last? Let me ask you honestly. What's the last event that happened? Because you think, like, you believe in a conspiracy for 9/11, and what's the last event that happened that you just take at face value and think did just happen as the act of a random nut or whatever, like without any government nonsense or direct?
Yeah.
What's the last one you think was happened?
I know an event that had all the evidence of being random and all the evidence of a motive, and it was Joe Stack who flew his plane into the IRS building here in Austin, Texas.
Right, I remember that one.
And they took his house, and he didn't really owe the money. They were harassing him, and they burned his house down and flew his private plane. He said, "Here, you want all my possessions? Take it with interest." So that was a real event. But listen, all I'm saying is, everyone has to get ready because they're planning to implode the economy. They're already taking people's bank accounts in Europe, and I mean, my God, the training manuals that are coming out are like, veterans will attack your police station. Everyone will be hit by IEDs. Every city needs, these $5 million a piece robots. You will be attacked for something that is like so rare.
Yeah,
it's incredible. I mean, people die by the thousands every year from falling in bathtubs, and now it's like they're going to take each child or each person that was killed and build. And again, I feel sorry for them, but it's like they're going to build statues and they're going to like dangle them in front of me. And then I knew the minute it happened, and it's now all over the news. They're like Al Qaeda, right wing.
Yeah,
Al-Qaeda,
yeah.
Libertarian.
But Alex, what's the end game though? What's the end game here? What are they? What's the goal of this government entity?
Well, the United States is the world empire. The United States has all the money, still has all the power, has a lot of the ideas. We're a great country. And these corporate interests that aren't free market, they already conquered the world using our muscle, or most of it.
Yeah.
And the goal is the establishment wants us all living under a 1021 on record is totally porn bankrupt, while they are Kim Jong-un up in the 7-story pleasure palace with all the transsexuals. So the plan is they're off, doing all their weird decadent crap, ruling over us, and we can't go in a McDonald's without a proctology exam, with this giant government make-work project. I mean, FDR built dams. Our government's going to tear dams down, turn off power plants, and the make-work is going to be training you to line up and get on the cattle cars. This is all slave training.
All right, but
going on.
I have a question. Honestly, want to know. And I mean, it's a simple question, but it's been a very big point for guys who are very anti-government. And I'll say it again. I know the TSA is unpleasant at times, but how? But I really mean this. How have they taken our civil liberties in that situation?
Thank you for your service.
No, but I'm honestly curious because people really hate them, and in some ways I get it.
You're right. Listen, it's good that the borders are basically wide open every time.
Absolutely, you're right. The borders should be closed.
Every time the senators go down there and go, look, we've secured the border. There's like illegals just pouring over it, and my whole issue is
great point.
It'd be great to have the illegal aliens here. If they weren't given welfare and all this other crap, and a lot of them are really hard-working, great people, by the way.
I think he answered it perfectly for you, Jimmy. Hey,
by the way, you are right. I agree. The borders should be closed.
Yeah.
And I think I'm only curious because the borders are open does not mean that the TSA has violated our civil liberties. I'm only curious as to how the TSA is a violation of our civil liberties or what they're doing.
I don't think there's any way to have our civil liberties violated. I think they should all drop us into boiling vats of peanut oil at the airport. Just to make sure there's not let me tell you why. It's going to make sense. To make sure there's not explosives in our testicles.
All right, listen.
And then the boiling peanut oil will neutralize the explosives.
Okay. All right, listen. Someone in Boston wants in badly. It's Lindsay. You're on with Alex Jones.
Lindsay.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I just want to tell you that this whole thing is fucking bullshit. My friend Jeff Bowman is lying in the hospital with his legs missing, and all you conspiracy theorist douchebags are going around trying to say that he's a wounded soldier that lost his legs in Afghanistan. It's fucking bullshit. And you're
let me stop you, ma'am. Ma'am, stuff is not all just black and white. So did you ever think that the White House regulations are Cass Sunstein wrote not one but two papers at Harvard and Chicago Business the year before he was made?
I don't give a shit what happened.
You don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, because you want to know why? Because I know
because you're into the emotion of it right now. Ma'am, I'm telling you, blood-drinking Easter bunnies are coming for you. Okay, no. Seriously, ma'am. I understand it's about feeling good and feeling validated.
You're saying.
I know, I'm bad. I understand. I'm bad. You're right.
Yeah, you are. There's people suffering and dying.
You're good, though.
Yeah,
hey, ma'am,
I am. I'm a human being, and I have compassion for people.
Take all your vaccines.
Oh, here.
Hey, can I just say something to her, please?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Listen, they're going to have schizophrenics, and I get this. The real question is, what's conspiracy, what isn't, what has red flags, what doesn't. There are crazy people that think I am Bill Hicks, okay? I mean, let's get something straight. He was a very funny guy, a great guy, anti-gun. I'm not Bill Hicks, okay? There are people that think everything is actors and everything is fake. I think Sandy Hook happened. I think Aurora happened. There were some people on the news that acted very coached.
So why don't you comment on the people that are saying that my friend Jeff Bowman, who's lying in the hospital with his legs
I know you're very excited at your friend.
is an injured Afghanistan vet. Why don't you comment on that? Why don't you put that?
Well, ma'am, number one.
Why don't you put it to rest?
Ma'am, your lordship.
Yeah.
Have you been to Infowars.com?
No, I don't need to go to Infowars.com. I know the person personally. Why don't you comment on what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
maybe I'll think you're a good human being if you have a shred of decency to dispel the rumor.
Ma'am. What I'm telling you is, I'm saying the New York Times reported that the FBI has a history of finding mentally ill and unstable people, whether they be left-wing, right-wing, or Muslim, or whatever the case is, and they call it winding them up, giving them everything, being their commander, giving them money, saying the getaway car will be waiting for you and we'll fly you out, to the virgins with mustaches or whatever. So what I'm saying is they have a motive to get power and control out of it. So I'm saying we should give up our liberties, and we should look at all groups doing it, but also criminal elements in government or foreign corporations because they have a history of doing this sometimes.
But she's asking you to address one subject, Alex. She's asking you to address one question, though. That's all. She's asking you to address just that particular part.
Apparently, if I could get here, this girl has a friend that was injured and lost legs in the bombing, and I guess
the picture we've all seen in the wheelchair.
Some conspiracy theorists are saying that was a vet that lost his legs in combat and is being used as a prop. Is that what's going on?
Miss, you mean that famous picture of the guy with the wheelchair, right, missing both legs in the wheelchair?
Exactly.
That's your friend?
That's
all right, I'm sorry.
I went to Chelmsford High School with that person. His name is Jeff Bowman.
Yeah.
Both my sister and I attended high school with him. We know him. And he's lying in a hospital bed, and all these people are reposting that picture, saying what a piece of shit he is and this and that, and saying that he's a wounded veteran, and he's not.
Yeah.
And just let me preface this. My ex-husband is a veteran, so I have much respect for veterans, and I have a lot of respect for the people that have either lost their lives in service and also have been victims of terroristic activities. And it really makes me mad and upset, especially having this hit so close to home, that people are using my friend as a fucking prop.
And they are. I've seen the picture.
Please, for God's sake.
Alex, comment?
What I'm trying to get at, ma'am, is this is the Internet. There are 7.5 billion people. 3 or 4 billion of them are online. People are going to say that the photo of your friend is
and
real.
Lots of them follow you, and all you have to do is say that it's not true. That's all you have to do. You have plenty of information. No, you don't need to stop me because you're wrong.
Oh, well, you're not
Say
listening.
that you're wrong.
Listen. Oh, I understand. Listen, I have a tendency when a woman's kind of whining at me and not listening to kind of leave the room. Look, ma'am, let me just calmly tell you something. The Internet is billions of people. I cannot keep track of every cockamamie conspiracy theory going on the Internet and sit there and debunk them. I just told you.
All right, Alex, but do you believe what she's saying to be the truth?
She sounds like she's being very truthful.
Do you believe what she's saying to be the truth? That's her friend and she knows him.
Absolutely. I'm not aware of what she's talking about, but I'm sure it's true because they lied to us about WMDs.
Wait,
They lied to us about so many other things that now a large portion of people don't believe anything is real.
Okay.
You know, if they take a crap in the toilet, they look in there and think it's a space alien.
Right.
I get that, and I'm sorry, and I'm sure your friend did get his legs blown off. And I personally am sick of people attributing to me all of the wild conspiracy theories that are out there. So, yes, ma'am.
Well, you should go on Instagram and look up the hashtag Alex Jones for President.
I don't have a damn Instagram.
Well, then
lady.
you know what? You should figure it out because there's a lot of people that are voting you for president.
It's my fault because I have government documents.
No, but you have a personal responsibility as a public figure that has lots of followers.
No, I disagree, sweetheart.
I don't agree with that. I mean,
he addressed it. Alex addressed it. And
I mean,
he said that
he
believes
can't
you.
be held responsible for every lunatic that's online posting things that aren't true. It's not his job to police the internet for lunatics. I mean, obviously, I believe you 100% that your friend lost his legs in a bombing in front of the marathon. But I mean, look, Alex Jones sounds a little kooky, but I'm not going to make him the police for all lunatics online.
And you asked him to address it.
I do recant that. I'm sorry. I do agree with that. You're right. He can't be responsible for everything, but it is really heartbreaking and it's really upsetting.
Well, more importantly, Lindsay, more importantly, how is your friend doing? Is it life-threatening? Is he going to be all right? What's going on?
He is going to be okay. He's expected to recover. There's going to be a candlelight vigil in Chelmsford tonight to commemorate, all of the victims that were injured. I do have other friends.
Let me bring this up, ma'am. I'm sorry for your friend, and I want stuff like this to stop. But when the Gardasil tests were going on in 2006. A bunch of people died in the trials, and I had medical doctors on and tried to warn people. And I had the mothers on whose daughters took the shot and died. And then they went ahead and approved it, and now they're having to do settlements admitting it killed a bunch of people. But no one wants to have vigils. No one cares. No one cares about the UN polio program vaccine that paralyzed 60-something-thousand kids. No one wants to have a vigil when a 1,000-pound bomb kills 200 innocent people, and they call it collateral damage. Do you get that people only get emotional when the mainstream media says, now it's time to get emotional?
You're not wrong
that's
about
where
that.
I do agree with that point,
Yeah,
Alex.
fair enough. That's a good
Terrible.
point.
You're absolutely right.
But you still, the
There's
thing
horrific
here
shit going on every day.
is I would love to know in what way, shape, or form the annoying, yes, but how have the TSA... how is that an infringement upon our civil liberties, which has, and I'm not saying you personally, Alex.
Norton, I think you enjoy it.
No, but I'm asking for real. Because the problem I have with conspiracy guys is a lot of you guys are really smart, and you raise some great points and some great arguments, and I'm agreeing with some of what you're saying right now. But there are certain very basic, simple questions that instead of just saying, like, yeah, the TSA has become the popular hate rally point, but they really aren't that. They're annoying as individuals, but as an organization, it's not this big civil liberties violation. And I would like to know if you think they are, how they are.
All right, well, here's an example. I was flying a few months ago, and my buddy was talking to me because they were doing a little, making me wait before they came over to make sure Bin Laden wasn't in my underwear.
Okay.
And I had my boot like maybe an inch over the line because I've been sitting there about 3 minutes waiting. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, I'll see you over there. Okay, get coffee. All right. Get over the line. Hey, I'm like, hey, buddy, how about you say please? I didn't sign up, for drill sergeant in the Marine Corps. And again, where I live in Austin, Texas, they now have TSA on the frickin' highways. Just type TSA in downtown Austin. They now have, I went to the Kite Festival with my kids.
That's really racist.
And Kite Festival, exactly. And I went out there, and they had National Guard searching people. But again, real bombers are going to bomb you. They had 400 National Guard, thousands of police, checkpoints everywhere, and this happened. Here's the newsflash.
But the TSA at the airports, I mean.
Get emotional, get into, oh, my God, we got hit. Oh, my God, 3 people are dead. Oh, my God, meanwhile, the Empire, is killing millions everywhere.
What do you mean, oh, my God? What do you mean, oh, my God, 3 people are dead? That's 3 people.
Man, I'm not even talking about you. Listen.
Okay.
Listen, honey, I work all day hard, and then I come home to this crap. Why don't you get in the kitchen and make me a damn steak? Anyway, back to what I was... Shut up. Don't take your Prozac.
Shut up. You're a fucking piece of shit.
Listen,
You're a fucking piece of shit. I have more fucking authority in my finger than you have in your entire fucking body.
You call into this show to emotionally offload on me and blame me for what retards are doing on Instagram. Listen, woman. Listen. I'm a Navy SEAL fighter.
How about this?
Shut up, Pinhead. Shut up, Pinhead.
You can't deny he's not entertaining.
I have had enough of you offloading your crap on me, woman.
Really? Then take some fucking responsibility for the shit that comes out of your mouth. No. I'm not going
to me at Real Alex Jones. Yeah, I'm an idiot. You're going to take everything you got. Hey.
Alex Jones for president.
Hey, I think you take a lot of vaccines, don't you?
9/11 didn't happen.
Go roll your sleeve up. Go take some shots for me, baby. The government loves you. They're going to take real good care of you because they care about the kids. It's so obvious. They're all real sad about the kids. Even though our own government does thousands of tests, medical tests, killing foster children, radiating little kids to death, and injecting black men with syphilis, and injecting little kids overseas with live polio.
Oh, yeah, they did that.
Being killed. But our government would never do it wrong.
You say, I
hope right. Take all your shots.
See, that's where he's right. That's what confused me about Alex Jones.
They never did secret medical experiments. Everything's fine. Give your rights up. You know it's a homegrown person. You know it's a gun owner that did it. And don't worry, Homeland Security will deal with them. Don't worry, you can associate your personal power with a big...
Why haven't they shut you up yet?
Don't worry.
I'm dying to know why they haven't shut you up. Why they haven't shut you up yet?
So good for you.
Alex, that's a fair question she asked. Alex, she asked you a fair question. You're a guy who's very, very vocal, and you talk about a lot of these things. And if they can orchestrate something like 9/11, or they can orchestrate any of the other things that they may or may not have, why haven't they silenced you?
Well, that's the oldest question, isn't it?
It's a fair question, but it is a fair question.
We've asked it in the past.
It's a fair question.
Yeah.
Maybe still, or no. Now, listen, let's get serious about this.
Number one, I've grown slowly over the years, and people can also say, oh, that's bull. They try to assassinate my character. They try to assassinate my name. They try to say that I've done things that aren't true. If they physically kill me, it will highlight everything I've said. It will underscore it, put 100 exclamation points behind it. They'd rather do what the White House regulations said they would do, put out fake conspiracy theories so outlandish it outrages pea-brains.
Or they could just put you at the Boston Marathon and have a bomb blow up and kill you, just like they tried to kill
sorry,
my friend,
ma'am.
right?
I'm not really into marathons.
Exactly. What I'm saying is, if the government wanted you gone, you'd be gone. But they think you're so fucking crazy and such a lunatic that they don't give a shit about you.
Ma'am, let me tell you something. I'm going to be honest with you. When I go to a family reunion...
You're not being honest this entire time. You like to dance around shit and fucking not answer questions.
Ma'am, I grew up in Dallas, Texas. I grew up in Dallas,
you. Do you want a medal?
No, let me tell you a story. I grew up in Dallas, Texas with my family. Let me just say something. I grew up in Dallas, Texas with my family doing things like helping take in East German defectors, okay? Whenever I go to a family reunion, half the people in the room are former retired CIA. What? And do you know what they tell me? They tell me I'm dead on, 100% absolutely right about what I'm covering.
Female people are telling you this government conspiracy. Wow, way to get good fucking information, bro. That's cool.
No. There's a lot of good people who've been in and out of the government who aren't naive.
I'm
did
sure.
you know it's
all
declassified
related to you,
that the majority of drugs are brought in by the government? Did you know that, Walnut Brain?
Majority of the drugs brought in by the government.
Alex, I got a question for you, for real. I've been looking at my Twitter a little bit, and someone says you got to explain the have Alex Jones explain the Family Guy conspiracy about Boston, and the guy writes it's good.
Okay, I really want to do that, but I rolled out of bed. Can I? I'm gonna be honest. Can I take a crap?
There you go.
Sure. And I also want
you've been doing.
And I also want to ask you about Bill Hicks too, because I was a huge Bill Hicks fan, and it was a bit strange that he died so young with all the shit he was saying. You got anything on that one?
He also parked pretty damn hard. That's all I'm going to say. I've been told stories about him and Simpkins.
Yeah.
That's the government messing with his phone.
All right, listen. Yeah, they're messing with your phone just as you're about to talk about Bill Hicks.
I'd like to tell you the thing about the Family Guy. You hear me?
Yeah.
And I apologize that I'm on this cell phone. My parents are right by my office. I live out in the country, like a 45-minute drive. So I didn't get home till 5 a.m. Slept 2 hours, and that's why. I'm actually wrapped up in a blanket out here. I'm standing outside so my cell phone works. Let me tell you the Family Guy conspiracy. Okay.
Here's the Family Guy conspiracy. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. My writer Paul Watson saw hundreds of
Your
blogs.
writer? You have a writer? Your writer helps you with all your conspiracy theories? Is this where you
I have a babysitter too. Yes, I have. Hold on. Load the teleprompter, Bob.
Sorry. How would you explain your fucking fucked up Boston Marathon Family Guy?
You just blew my whole cover. How the hell did you do that?
I don't know.
How the hell did you just do that?
Smart. I don't know.
Oh my God! You just blew my whole cover. Oh my God! Now they know.
No, you blew your own cover. Oh, is that
Guys, write for me. Guys, write for me.
Oh boy.
My God, the teleprompter broke. It's like I'm Obama. All right. I don't know what to say. I'm not a real. Actually,
all right, listen, Lindsay, you're killing. But
we love you.
Yeah, let him just.
Let him explain.
I want to hear the Family Guy conspiracy.
I want to go out with Lindsay.
Okay. Hi, Jimmy. I love you.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Oh, send a picture for Jim Norton.
What a nightmare girlfriend, though, arguing with her.
Wow, right? This is a fucking preview of what you'd have to deal with.
Yeah.
You'd lose every time, but it's okay. I'd still do things to you.
Well, good trade-off for Jim Norton.
Hey.
All right, go ahead, Alex.
Like a Raging Bull when I said, get in there and cook me a steak, lady.
By the way, Tom Papa checking in. He thinks we're talking to Ron White.
All right, go ahead. I want to hear this. Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, well, I have the news sites, one of the biggest ones out there in alternative media, man, Infowars.com, another gratuitous crass plug there for the Infowar. and yes, I have about, 15 writers or so, about 8 of them on salary. But the point is, Paul Paul Joseph Watson, my writer, saw all these blogs and blurbs with a 15-second clip of the Family Guy that aired on March 17th, titled, I think it was Turbaned Cowboy, where the Tea Party starts working with Al-Qaeda. Gee, that never really happened in the real world, but that's part of every show demonizing it, and I mean every frickin' show that's fiction. So he writes the article, and he went to the Fox website, saw the original episode. It's definitely was a real episode. He didn't take it. The people that had the video online took the 2 clips of one where it shows him running over or driving away from piles of bloody people at the Boston Marathon, and then they say, "How did you do it?" And he holds up his cell phone and detonates it not once but twice with a bomb. And so that's 2 bombs is how he won the Boston Marathon, and it shows blood all over the ground. And so we said, man, people are pointing this out, that it predicted it, that somebody basically copycat off of this show, and then the maker of it came out and said, this is outrageous that we did this. And the LA Times, everybody said that we made up a hoax about this, and they're erasing it off TiVo, and in some areas now saying it never existed. First it was that we edited it together, which we just showed the 2 scenes back to back. Now it's that it doesn't even exist, and it's a hoax. So, and that we're hurting the families, when I thought he made the episode about people being bombed in a comedy at the marathon. So that is the incredible mind control level of all of this, when all we do is report on some internet meme, confirm it was a real episode, confirm it was a real show, and then they're sitting there freaking out about it. It's just simply amazing.
But I heard it was 2 episodes or so that were cobbled together to make it look that way.
No, it's from the same episode.
That was 1 episode where he's talking about the Boston Marathon and sets off 2 explosions.
Yeah, we played the short clip yesterday.
Bob Costas said to him, how did you win the Boston Marathon?
Uh-oh, it's the government. The government's cutting out a cell phone.
No, ma'am. No, you know what? You're right. The government loves you. Like I said, ma'am, and the Harvard study
I never said the government loves me, but I never feel sorry about the government as much as you do.
Sodium fluoride is lowering IQs, and you're an example. So drink deep, drink well, drink good, buy a little sweet.
Drink up, my friend.
Yeah, I just want to know, but there's one thing that she mentioned, and that was, but I do want to know, because I'm a direct question guy, and this is why conspiracy theorists don't like me. And I'm asking, what is, again, you raised some good points about individuals in the TSA and the airports who are unpleasant guys, and I don't disagree with you. But I'm talking about, as a whole, there are so many people that scream about the TSA and fuck the TSA and illegal search and seizure. So I'm saying is, if the TSA is wrong, what is the alternative to the TSA?
Alternative is, as Jesse Ventura has said.
The government's not letting him answer, Jimmy.
Oh man.
No, can you hear me now?
Now I can.
We got you back.
All right, no, I was running the house. Hold on. Listen, let me just tell you the alternative. The alternative is to get back to the 4th Amendment, because you see how, we've got to grope you and take you in a private room and put you in an X-ray machine and backscatter machine and do all this because terrorists hit the airports. Now they hit the Boston Marathon. Now we're going to have troops on the streets and grope you there. And still, a bomber.
That's right. We're going to have to keep people from running. Everybody needs to stop running.
A bomber would just go, shut up. Jesus Christ. I can't not have a woman sitting there nagging me. Jesus, I bet you don't have a boyfriend, do you?
I actually have a husband. I'm married, actually. I'm married and happily married at that.
Oh, my God.
I still love you, Jimmy, though, seriously.
You did say you were divorced, though.
No, that was my ex-husband. I'm married again, but I still love you.
Oh, God, a new person to torture.
Okay.
My point is...
That's right, motherfucker. He wasn't man enough to handle me, so I left that.
That's right. You're bragging how you dominate and ruin men. More vaccines.
More vaccines.
Look, you've driven Norton to
transsexuals.
Holy shit.
Should we let Lindsay go?
Yeah.
Lindsay, you're terrific. Thank you.
Lindsay,
thanks so
thank you,
much.
and all the best to your friend, okay?
Yeah, wish your friend luck.
All right.
All right, right, thanks.
All right, Lindsay from
Hey, wait, we should have got her
Massachusetts.
information off the. she went to school with the guy. She doesn't know.
Yeah. Oh, well, we got her on hold. Alex,
Lindsay.
sorry about that. That was, you know how radio goes. That was way too entertaining to blow off.
No, I didn't enjoy talking to her. I'm awake now, though.
Yeah.
I told you guys, like, laying in the bed.
Now, again, you're talking about things outside the airport, and I don't disagree that, hey, they may want to use this to make that. I'm only talking about, and I'm asking you specifically for a reason. I'm not trying to break your balls. I'm asking for real. The airport has been the point of contention for a lot of anti-government or conspiracy guys. It has been a rallying point. Is this fucking airport security? And I think it's a phony rebellion and a phony form of being a maverick. So I'm asking, how does that violate us? Would you prefer that there was no security in the airports?
No, you're right. You've taught us. It's all a phony.
No, it's when I say phony, I mean not phony as in you're liars. I mean phony as in when I mumble a curse under my breath that I know my mom won't hear. I don't mean phony like it's a conspiracy. I mean it's a silly rebellion. It doesn't do anything. So would you prefer? What's the alternative to the TSA for airports?
They're taking a lot of the body scanners out. They're backing off on their groping. The TSA is prisoner compliance training to train you that you're a perpetrator and you have no rights and you're guilty until the government has enslaved you.
All right, that's an answer.
But it's not.
It's a prelude to, it's training people to walk through things, to step on this line, to not cross that line, and then the next step will be...
That's the same training you get when you show up at prison.
But airport security, hold on, airport security, so okay. So if that's the answer, what is the alternative? What option would you have to protect people on planes, or do you rather not want security?
As Jesse Ventura said, I'd rather face the danger.
Okay, that's the answer. You would prefer to have no security on planes, and Jesse Ventura. Okay, fair enough.
I'd love to put good-looking stewardesses
fair enough.
back in.
I accept
that.
that.
Cars to be really awesome again.
Well, look at all the security measures they put in place after 9/11. Like, we can't even go in and out of buildings anymore without, showing ID and having badges and going through this thing and that thing.
And attacks have been minimal. It kind of helped.
But this is
our government. You know what? Listen, it's now all over the news that our government's putting real Al-Qaeda in Libya and Syria, just murdering and taking over. People go, yeah, we have them kill each other. No bull. Our government has given them 10,000 heat-seeking missiles out of Libya, so they can now tell the it's so dumb. Oh, you got to give your rights up. Al-Qaeda's got missiles now.
Good to know America's still in control in the world.
Exactly. I mean, listen, type in military growing opium in Afghanistan. About 5 years ago, it was coming out. The troops were mad about growing opium.
Right.
Opium production went from 9% worldwide to 93% out of Afghanistan. And so what did the Pentagon do? They had Fox, CNN, BBC, ABC, blow all these up, all come on the same week and go, yes, the troops helped grow the opium. We load it on C-130s. If we catch you using it in America, we're going to put your ass in jail. So they just hit it in plain view. They go, okay, kids, yes, you're so dumb you can't even get the contradiction, America, they said. We're going to admit we grow the opium over here so Al-Qaeda doesn't get it. We have to control the drug trade, or it's complicated, because if we don't grow it and ship it in, Al-Qaeda will get it. How about you decriminalize the crap? Oh, you don't want that, government, because that's how you brought down China and broke it up colonially, was they were dumb enough to make opium illegal. And so you were able in 50 years to take over through corruption and take over the police and then bring down China. The drug war is meant to bring down Europe, bring down America, make everybody a suspect. Now they're moving on to everybody's a terrorist. Now they're saying the people that talk about liberty and want guns and think we shouldn't be able to take money out of your bank account for no reason, they're going to blow stuff up.
I agree with him on that one. Boy, the villainization of Americans that want to adhere to the Constitution, want to bear arms, their right to bear arms, and keep their civil liberties, are now the bad guys in this country that are portrayed in everything from commercials to movies to the mainstream media news as the bad guys. I agree with you on that.
And the Pillsbury Doughboy is now being groped and like enjoying it with little pervert noises.
But do you believe that we caused the event so we can push our agenda through? I believe shit happens, and then the government goes, "Oh, this is great. We can now push some of our agenda through."
I believe they.
Is the government actually causing the event that allows them to push the agenda through? That's the question.
Well, they've been caught like doing Gulf of Tonkin to get us to Vietnam and so many other issues. So, I mean, listen. Here's all I'm begging people to understand. They don't need to build things and compete anymore. Special interests can stage stuff, provocateur a few events, grandstand and script it, and then get us to collectively have a guilt like we're all terrorists, and this country's being converted into a giant prison from the beautiful, wonderful nation it is. We're getting away from the Bill of Rights and Constitution, and again, they've got Geico commercials with a Pillsbury Doughboy begs to be groped by the TSA in some subconscious pedophile thing. I mean, this is all out of control, folks. This isn't what freedom looks like.
All right, Alex, because we got to wrap up. Walk us through what's going to happen now with the Boston Marathon bombing. Are we going to catch a suspect, and what does that mean?
I mean, regardless of it was lone wolf, which does happen sometimes, it's very rare. Or it could be like the Olympic Park bombing. They'll try to frame 2 or 3 patsies like Richard Jewell before they find the next patsy, Eric Rudolph. I mean, who knows what's true. The government ran the anthrax attack. That later came out. They killed the 3rd patsy. They made
I don't remember that.
So all this is going on. They're already now saying it's the culture of the right-winger. And they're all over the news going, who's worse than Al-Qaeda? Yeah, Janet was right. Napolitano said it'd be the libertarians. Those bastards, they hit us again. And so they're building up. The whole thing's scripted. You can just see the scripting. They're building it up and drawing it out like an Agatha Christie of like, oh, everybody's a suspect, especially the white males, but never the government that historically...
Okay, all right, Alex, we understand that because you've made that point so many times. But how is this going to now play out? What is going to be presented to us in the next coming days? That's all I want to know.
Sure, and I apologize. I'm digging here.
No worries. But, I mean, you've been...
Let me tell you how it's going to play out.
All right.
They're going to announce that, well, we're going to have TSA certify. This has already begun. Your locals, that they wave a magic wand where they can now violate your Fourth Amendment and grope you. They're going to have the military. They've already announced at events, not just Kentucky Derby and big events like that. They've already done that at the beta test of the Super Bowl. The military is going to be absolutely everywhere.
More searches.
And you're going to learn to just have your bags searched. It won't matter if you pull into a parking lot and you're going into a electronics store and there's 2 Army guys there or there's 2 goons there. And you're like, anybody could drive in this parking lot. I could walk up and do something. And if you say that, they're going to throw you down, put you in handcuffs.
Okay.
I understand what he's saying, too. This is, if they just out of nowhere, let's say it's 1955, Leave It to Beaver kind of atmosphere in the country, and a police or a military personnel walked up to you and said, I'm going to check your bag. People would go like, get the fuck out of here. I have the right to. But we're being lulled into this sense that we are all potential perpetrators, so that we're giving up our rights under this guise that it is for our own good and our own safety. And the only way to do that is to slowly and progressively train us through using tragedy to victimize and make us guilty, so that we will open our bags voluntarily. But we'll give up our videotapes. We'll give up pictures and our cameras and everything.
I disagree, though. I think in 1955, people are much more cynical now. I think in 1955, it might have been odd to hear, but if a cop goes, hey, I need to check you, I think a guy would go, well, go right ahead. I haven't done anything wrong. I think back then, back then there was an omnipotent view of the government. I think now, after Kennedy's assassination, people are much more cynical now than they've ever been, and less trusting.
What administration did this start in, and is every administration involved in this?
Well, Kennedy said no to a plan called Operation Northwood to shut out, and this is declassified. This is ABC News. You can read the thing at the National Security Archive online. Type in Operation Northwood. They called for a plan. The Joint Chiefs green-lighted this. This isn't just like a plan. This was a green-lighted operation. He said no to L.L. Lemnitzer and that was the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman. They were going to bomb D.C., bomb Miami with plastic explosives at public places. We've seen that before. It even described how to frame the patsies, but first build up for a week or so, all the tension of who did it, and how to commit mass shootings to then blame Cuba and the Soviets to have World War III. And that's when Kennedy, this is all on record, sent an internal cable to Khrushchev and said, you listen to me and you listen good. And this is on record. He said, they're going to kill, there's going to be a coup, and they're going to nuke your ass. And General LeMay of the Air Force has got the frickin' nukes loaded right now. We got 10-to-1 superiority on you. You better back down right now. These people are not fucking playing games. Okay? That's all what happened on record. Operation Northwoods, and Kennedy said no. So then he tried to abolish the Federal Reserve. He signed the executive order to do it. He signed the executive order to pull the troops out of Vietnam. They were already there as advisors. Over 50,000 of them, and they blew his head off in front of everybody and said, oh, a lone nut did it. A lone guy. It's the same story over and over again. But you're absolutely right with whether it's staged or not. This is the acclamation for prison training. And yes, in the 50s, people would have said yes for a little bit or in a specific area. Right. But if they tried this all at once, they would have said no. Plus, police do what authoritarianism. I've seen the training films for our military in the 50s, and it was like, in authoritarian countries, everyone's a suspect. You can watch these films online. In authoritarian countries, people spy on you. In authoritarian countries, when you go to a public place, your bags are searched. Not in America. I mean, a cop, if they said go search people randomly at the park, would say, well, who's the suspect? What's the reason? What's the probable cause?
Yeah, that was my point, too, right.
They wouldn't say, oh, yeah, let's just randomly walk into a shopping mall and just walk up to some old lady indiscriminately and stick our hands down our pants to see if bin Laden's hiding. I mean,
it just wouldn't be done. Folks. Yeah.
All right.
I agree with you, Alex, on that take. A few of the other things you lose me on, but I definitely agree there's some shenanigans going on. Great talking to you. I'm going to keep watching Infowars.com.
Yeah, I was going to say get the plugs out. I don't know what he wants to plug today. Alex?
My Boneyard show?
I apologize for being on cell phone. Like I said, I only got 2 hours sleep. I'd love to come back.
Alex,
you're all right.
Believe me, you're fucking hilarious.
You're a very enjoyable person.
Love it.
What's the Twitter? Real Alex Jones?
Yeah, I was late to the Twitter game, so it's pretty pathetic. Only like 180,000 followers. But I put out some pretty good stuff at Real Alex Jones.
Right.
And Infowars.com, and we have the nightly news, PrisonPlanet.tv.
Okay.
And it's all right there, folks. And look, I'm for real. All I want's the truth. Our liberties in closing are the most valuable thing we've got. Money can be taken. Our lives can be taken. Property can be taken. Our kids can be taken. If you don't have due process, criminal elements, even if good elements are in government now, which they're not, bad ones will fill that vacuum as soon as there's not a check and a balance. It's like a dam.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And when the dam's gone, the flood will happen. So, gentlemen, all of you guys, God bless you, and thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Alex Jones. Wow. A lot to digest there. Well,
goddamn.
The one thing I want to say about Alex Jones, he's like a piece of steak with a lot of fat. Like, there's good shit in there. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
But there's so much fat around it that is frustrating to me.
He's a character. It's hilarious.
But he wouldn't say he's a character.
No. He's
maybe
he needs his credibility with his people. I understand what he's doing.
Right.
And there are certain aspects I agree with. I don't think there's as much sinister stuff going on right now as overtly as he's putting it out to be. I do think there's sinister stuff going on, and I do think the government does enjoy a population that gets in step like cows going to the slaughterhouse. And this is this setup, this way that the American people are being told that for their safety, they have to do this and this and this. If we're willing to just rip our shoes off at the airport, and that is a very dangerous area. You make a good point. You obviously don't want to get on a plane if no one's been checked. But that's the perfect place to not test, but kind of acclimate people to the fact that an authority figure for your safety can tell you, hey, take your fucking shoes off, motherfucker. Why? Because I told you to. Now, it makes sense at the airport, and I understand that, and that's the way we want it. But then maybe down the line, a place that doesn't quite make sense, you have an authority figure, and you're so acclimated to obeying at this point in our lives that we will fucking go for anything.
I do understand that, but I also think that as time has gone on and people have become so much less trusting of the government, because I'm not an idiot. I tremendously
argue that.
No, I mean, I tremendously value my privacy. I tremendously value my civil liberties. I look at these things, and if I was getting pulled over and stopped and asked questions, it would annoy me a lot. It would annoy me a lot. But, you know, whenever we hear people talk about, like, well, I was stopped because of my race, sometimes they're bullshitting, and sometimes they're telling the truth, and we look at them and go, shut the fuck up. Like, we already have that, and we don't mind it. Like, when you hear the couple black guys pulled over, and they go, we were just stopped because of our race, driving through a white neighborhood, which does happen.
Yeah.
And they're outraged, and they're justifiable to be outraged. We look at that, and we go, what's the fucking price you pay for other blacks fucking up?
Right.
Well, maybe this is the price you know what I mean? I'm not saying it's right, or even what my point is. I don't know. I just think we already have that a lot more than we think. And I don't think that we are as compliant as conspiracy theorists think that we are.
Really?
No, because
I see a very compliant population.
In the airport, though, it makes sense.
Yes.
And I'm comfortable with it there, because I want other passengers checked.
Where are we not compliant? I see us compliant whenever we're told by an authority figure and a government entity to do something. We fucking do it as a population.
Where is searching? Hold on. Where is searching and stuff? Look what happened in these stop and frisks and certain subways and stuff, which I actually at times agreed with. It was stopped because people were outraged about it. When people are loud enough and people scream hard, believe me, with Twitter and everybody telling you, you have everybody telling you something at once. But they back the fuck off.
But now you're hearing stories of private citizens in their own homes being singled out because of their writings, what they've written online, freedom of speech issues come into play, and then you get an authority figure or entity that comes over to the house to question people. That is an intrusion. Right there is an intrusion. Yet, the public doesn't look at that and say, motherfucker, why the hell is the government getting in this guy's business? They look and say shit like, well, he must be up to something. We've all been trained to look at everyone as a suspect.
Because, I apologize, Rich, I know you're going to say it, but one of the reasons for that, and I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah.
But again, how do we handle it? What has happened is people who are committing certain crimes and doing certain things are a lot of times writing what they're going to do. And it's almost like if you threaten the president, the Secret Service will always talk to you. It's a rule. So when people are printing manifestos and they're doing all this stuff, and then all of a sudden somebody writes something when they do nothing, that person go out and commits a murder, then people are like, why the fuck didn't you do anything? It's almost like they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. And I know that you're saying that
you can't give up your liberties for this veil of safety.
I agree.
Yeah.
But then when we do get hit, we better not fucking cry about it.
No, you're right.
We better not fucking blame the government and go, why aren't they protecting me? And again, I know that they probably do things, a lot of things they shouldn't do. And they are invasive cunts. But every time that they go to check somebody out, I don't think it's this giant civil liberties violation, because when things happen, we go, why the fuck didn't you protect us? The first thing we do
just the
is
fact
look
that
to
we
them.
want the government to protect us from random events is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
It can't be done. There are certain things in place. We have a military, we have police force, we have things that are in place to protect us to a point. But as a free society, things are going to happen. When you start limiting those freedoms to try to keep bad things from happening, it's the opposite of what the fuck this country is supposed to be.
Yeah, but you're saying with all these inconveniences, the checkpoints, this and that, this would never happen back in the day. On the opposite spectrum, look at all the positive things that the public can do with the internet, with Twitter, with flying helicopters that you have that can spy on people.
Yeah, well, that's going away.
The opposite end, on the opposite end,
but
we're
doing Rich. On the outside, things are always presented to us under this guise of convenience and safety and things like that. We're never told by the government that we are going to do this to infringe on your rights. We're always told that we are doing this for your safety. We're doing this for your convenience. Look how easy it is now. You could do this online. Go to our government website and fill this out. Now, meanwhile, you don't know where the fuck those records go, and then later you find out that they are being used by the IRS or by some other government agency to fuck you in the ass.
And just the opposite, you have ways to fuck them in the ass.
Really?
Yeah.
Wallace's point is not a stupid
so
point.
much.
The way information is given out and the way we can communicate. Remember how years ago Scientology could fuck with you because they could just wreck your life? And now you can go on. The playing field is a lot more equal than people think it is. It's more equal than it's ever been.
I think we have a perception of that, but as far as the government is concerned, we have no recourse.
But look at them,
for anything they do to us.
But look at how many of them are vulnerable too. It's almost like this blind power. And again, Petraeus was the example. You cannot get more. You cannot get more fucking top secret than that guy. You cannot get more in the loop than that motherfucker. And he got brought down.
Well,
by
I'm sure a conspiracy theorist would say that they fucking wanted him out, right?
But who has more juice than that guy? Like you know what I'm saying? Like Oprah. Look at the people of power who are injured by the fact now that these little nobodies, these average little people that we are, have a big voice. How many of these fucking people are brought down by little regular blabbermouths now?
Well, that is true.
Never happened before. So Rich is right in that where the public has a lot more power.
But we also
than
rat each other out. We again, under the guise of convenience, we've become our own big brother as far as ratting each other out,
that was like
posting pictures. No, it was never like that, Rich. Not even close. If you went to a neighbor and ratted him out to a government entity or his employer and stuff, it reeked of Nazi Germany. This is an era of information, convenience, photographs, video that we use against each other. Not even vindictively a lot of times. A lot of times it's, wow, that's funny. Look at what this guy did. Let me put it online. And his boss goes, fuck, what an asshole. I don't want him working for me. And now he's fired. It's this weird thing where this convenient thing we have to communicate with each other, to get information, is also turned on us to fuck us over if we need to be fucked over.
But we did it.
I know. Exactly.
We
are
post
the government.
videos.
We the people.
We do it.
Dude, I understand that part of it. But there's a power base, too, that can manipulate things. And I don't think people are as clever and as forward-thinking to see that this would have come about. But the fact that it did come about, it's being used. Just like these tragedies. I don't think the government is blowing people up on a fucking marathon route. But they will use the tragedy to their own
to
ends,
push their agenda
to push
forward.
agendas. Exactly.
With that robot thing, if that's a real thing, that's a lot of money for some kind of for a company.
Yeah.
And now you can push that agenda through. Like, look, obviously, every city needs these robot people, or whatever the fuck Alex Jones was talking about. Hey, two other things really fast. I can't believe I have to read this tweet, but I understand Twitter's full of assholes and idiots. But this guy writes, Opie, no way you should have let Alex Jones shit on that woman like that.
What?
She fucking handled herself
She fucking
beautifully.
destroyed.
So what are you talking about?
She was great.
And then it looks awkward if we jump in to protect the woman.
She was great.
She protected herself.
When he was saying, like, yeah, I didn't get much sleep, and I was doing, and then she just goes, wah, wah,
Right.
wah.
I don't even,
hilarious.
I'm amazed by what people hear out there sometimes. She more than took care of herself.
Why jump in the way of her? She was fucking swinging.
She more than took care of herself.
I love the part where she said she was happily married, but she would do anything to this fucking.
Yeah, Jimmy. She loves Jimmy.
That made Jimmy happy.
Yeah.
He loves Jimmy.
her right now.
Imagine that, though. Imagine that, Jimmy, just fucking yelling at you. I don't know where the fuck. Why the fuck?
That would make Jimmy very
God.
turgid.
Stop
And
it.
the other thing, before we move on, I asked Sam to make a list. Were you able to make a list? He was talking pretty fast there.
Oh, yeah.
You want to go through the list? We enjoy a good list on this program, Rich Voss.
I made a list of lessons from Alex Jones.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, just things that I learned that I
Did
didn't
you
know.
get the what's you call it, industrial complex in there? The
No, I didn't get that.
yeah, that's a good one.
Fucking cocksucker.
This is what I took.
Do your
away.
job.
Yeah.
This is what Sam took
fuck
away
up,
from
shit.
the Alex Jones
You.
hour. It was about an hour.
He took
with Alex
notes.
Jones.
He took notes.
There's a 10% chance that the bombing is not staged.
10%.
10% chance that the bombing at the Boston Marathon.
Right.
This is a false.
Not staged by what? The government?
Right. He said it's a 90% chance that the government staged this.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yep. This is a false flag, self-inflicted wound by the grandstanding police state.
All right. Self-inflicted wound.
Obama killed 200 plus people at a wedding. Alex watches the new Hawaii Five-0.
Well, we did learn that.
We did learn that.
The TSA let Shooter Jennings walk through security with weed.
And they gave him his Chiba back.
Yeah.
Cities are buying $15 million worth of robots.
It's true.
The Unabomber was in a CIA mind control program.
Mind control.
He was.
An Air Force psychiatrist knew what James Holmes from Aurora was doing, and now they're drugging him to tell the truth.
Right.
Yeah.
The government is planning to implode the economy. Training manuals are coming out warning of veterans attacking. Kim Jong-un hangs out with transsexuals.
We did learn that.
People died in Gardasil tests. They passed it anyway, and it's still killing people.
Oh, yeah.
The polio vaccine has paralyzed many kids. The government is putting out fake conspiracy theories to make Alex's theories seem less credible. Alex has ex-CIA members at his family reunions saying that he's right on the money.
Yeah.
And the Family Guy clip, even though Seth MacFarlane said was not real, was real.
Was real.
Fuck yeah.
That's a little suspicious, though.
What?
Seth's lying.
Where did he get that episode from before it aired?
What was that?
It didn't air.
Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit.
It's not real.
Fuck yeah.
You think it is real, Chip?
Fuck yeah.
And the economy will take another shit sooner than later, too.
Yeah, the government.
I completely believe that.
Oh, yeah.
You mean
Why? I don't know. I don't know
saying
if it's the government's purposely doing it. I don't know.
No.
But it absolutely will take a shit
It's the
again.
ebb and flow of the market. It's been riding high for too long. It's setting records. The only thing that's been keeping it this high this long is that the economy is so shitty, there's nowhere else to put your money. Remember in the early 2000s when we were over at NEW and we were really keeping tabs on the stock market? We'd be like, oh, fuck, they're fucking raising interest rates. It's going to bring the fucking market down, you know, because people can then take their money and put them in interest-bearing accounts and whatnot. Right. And they used to like, all right, what are they going, a quarter? Are they going a quarter or a half today? They haven't talked about interest rates in years because there aren't any.
Yep,
it's down to nothing. That's the only, and there's no real safe, profitable place to put money anymore except the fucking market. And that's not even safe.
That's
but
scary.
At least you have a chance to make some money.
Yeah, but we're all going that direction, which is scary.
This is my fucking thing I have with people that go, oh, if everything's so bad, how come the Wall Street is setting records in the stock market? Exactly, because the economy sucks, you dumb motherfucker. There's nowhere else to put your goddamn money.
Invest in lemon hats.
Oh, right.
There's these clear hats that you can put lemons in.
Yeah.
And it just makes everybody's day sunny. Take us out.
The lady at my fucking bank is like, why don't you put your money in this and it'll get you to maybe 2%. I go, it's
speech therapy.
The money, I go, the money I have,
2%.
It's not or 3%.
No, I don't even think you
Free.
get anywhere near
Good
2 or
luck.
3%.
I go, it's not worth taking a risk of losing what little I have.
Right.
I'll stick with your 0.45% interest.
Isn't that amazing?
God.
How do they get away with that? I look at my bank statement. I'm like, why do I even have money in this bank?
I know.
For what reason?
I bought a car the other day, 0.9% interest.
Yeah.
Like there's no interest.
It's free money you're getting because, you know, they can't charge you interest.
Mortgage rates low too?
Yes.
Yeah,
You can get them.
Refinance.
You can almost get them to 2 3/4.
It's crazy.
2 3/4.
Almost,
like
yeah.
Pekka.
But yeah, the market is doing well because nothing else is.
Right.
There's
And
nowhere
that's
else
where
to
it's-
put your
and that's why it's
fucking
scary
money.
as shit.
And that's scary because that's the last bastion of fucking like making money with your money.
Right.
The market crash is big. Where are you putting your fucking money?
I don't
You're
know.
better
It's
off
going away. Be Bill Devane and put it in gold. Gold took a giant shit the other day.
So let's get in on the gold thing.
Well, I think it went back up, but even gold is showing weakness right now.
I got a bunch of gold.
Your best bet is
Hi,
the
I'm
casino.
Bill Devane. My father told me to invest in gold, and I did. And I've done pretty well for myself. Look, I got a plane and horses and a lot of property. Go fuck yourself.
I got a bag of gold.
Do you?
I got a bag of urine. I'm going to pay myself.
Liquid gold.
You want to take a piss and come back? And
Yeah, take
we'll
us
wrap it
out,
up.
you piece of garbage.
Yeah.
I got a good investment.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. The guys are back from the toilet.
And now back to our show.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Show.
Well, today flew by. Rich Voss in studio playing Helium Comedy Club down there in Philly.
Ball filler.
I got to go see Steven Singer.
Oh, yeah.
Pick up some things.
You know.
What happened?
I just had a, oh, fuck that. My cup of coffee fell over, and I was, my dexterity, I got out of the way, but it was fucking empty.
Yeah.
This is how this show has grown. Like, you used to come, I mean, like when Bobby and we're all in here, it's just a big fight and it's fun.
We're sick
But
of you guys too. But go ahead, yes.
So this is how it's going. Now, like, I used to come in here, I go, I'm going to try to be funny. Usually I wasn't. But now I come in going, I just want to make a good couple points.
You got to make your
I got to make some
okay.
points.
Just want to make my point.
Why? What do you got there, Rich?
No, nothing. I'm saying, like, now it's like, it's just how things
So much
evolve,
going on
you
in the
know.
world.
You want a point?
Rich.
Check under your hat. Use your head for something besides
regular-
a hat rack.
Regular Joe.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a strange new world we live in there, Rich.
You're telling me.
So much going on, so much influx of information is just.
So what is he trying to say?
It's crazy. That in the old days, it was just about getting a good fucking dick or pussy joke out there.
it was just
now you got to,
Get a good point out
kind
there.
of know what the fuck is going on in the world, and yeah.
Want to hear one of my new bits?
Please.
I would love to.
You said you had a good line.
No, Desert Storm.
What was your line? You said
What
you had a good
line?
line. During the commercial, you said, don't worry, I got a good line. Was
No, I
that
don't
your
remember.
line? It
No.
was the point you were going to make?
Yeah. that
Oh,
was my
okay,
joke.
all right. Fair
I mean, and another thing, too, in my new car, how would I get serious, you guys, in my car? How do you do that?
Like, you should have listened to Louis C.K. last week.
You have to buy another car.
But this is, this is the same shit we hear over and over again. You want to listen to us, right?
Yeah, I just want.
Did you used to have an XM
I had
unit?
I had it at home, the XM thing.
All right,
you
but
know.
the problem is now that you got Sirius in your car, now it's a whole thing.
I don't even know if I have it in my car. I should have it. It's a nice BMW. It hasn't navigation.
What year is it?
2010.
All right.
How much?
You're getting there.
What do you mean? I'm getting there.
We just all want to see you just buy a brand new
No one buys.
fucking car.
Nobody buys a brand new car. It's the worst thing to do on the planet.
Nobody, huh?
Except maybe Anthony and you.
At least.
You lease? That's even dumber.
I
Well,
drive-
you don't drive at all.
I leased 100%
I
right off.
drive.
I drive a car for 3 years, then I give it to somebody, and then I get another
If
one.
I was going to buy a car,
You want one?
I would buy one every 3 years, right? So I would have to sell it and buy another one anyway. So leasing is the same thing. I'm making payments just like I would if I bought it. Why would I want to go through the bullshit of trading it in or, fucking selling it and then buying a new car? So I just lease it.
Last year, I had my other car for 1 year. I got
Yeah.
bored. I drove 25,000 miles in 1 year.
25,000 miles.
Yeah, I did. 25,000
That's a lot
miles.
of peckers.
You drove 25 fags around.
Okay, so
Fags.
I go in. I say, "What? This is what I want for this car." They gave me 15 grand. I go, I'll take that car. Do you want to test drive it? No. Why should I test drive it?
No.
It's a BMW. I know it's going to drive well. Okay, that's how I am. Do the paperwork. Boom.
What if
out
it was
in
a
no time.
lemon? What if it
It's
was
not
like,
a lemon?
Yeah,
Because
you
they
put it in
put
a tea.
what if the car was in an accident and you don't know that because they just rebuilt the fucking body all
first,
nice, but the
listen,
inside, the engine,
listen.
they didn't put back together quite right.
First of all, there's a Carfax. Second of all, they do that. They're certified. I'm not buying it from Frank's car lot. I'm buying
Certified
it
pre-owned.
pre-owned. Okay,
Yes.
it's a whole nother level nowadays. Just like what I'm saying. So
Yes, I do.
That's what I'm doing. I get them pre-owned. I say, yeah, that's the one I want. No, I don't. Test drive. That's not a Chevy Cavalier. I don't need to test drive it.
Sure. And it's good?
I should have test drive.
You're quick, Rich. You're quick.
Shit.
Yo. Let's go home.
Yeah, let's
I can't go
wrap
home.
up this midday.
It's Jimmy
Jimmy's
Day.
show is
It's Jimmy
coming
Day.
up. Jimmy's advice show. I like getting to the truck and start my drive home and listening to Jimmy right off the bat because it usually starts with. Are you starting with an email today?
No, I hadn't been. I've just been chatting.
Oh, I liked when you started with an email and you gave some guy
Sets
like
up the
some
whole
advice.
hour, nice.
Yeah, it gets the callers
Yeah.
going and then.
Yeah, no, I haven't been doing that, but I can start again next time.
All right.
I do like that. A lot of people ask how to initiate sex with a hooker or a massage. Yeah, I've heard that. How do I get my wife to want to do a threesome? That I've heard a lot too. How do I get my wife to put? I heard that guy. How do I get my wife to put a strap on and fuck me in the ass?
Is that guy real?
Yeah,
I hope so.
Oh yeah, they're all like when. Yeah.
How do you have that conversation at dinner?
Steve Bladder.
Yeah.
How weird. What was your answers to that one? Not that I want to know.
No.
Just,
Yeah,
I
sure.
can't even
You're
imagine
asking-
the conversation.
You're asking for a friend, right?
Like, where do you even?
Something like
Even begin that
You got to
conversation.
tell her what you want, or you got to get the strap on and tell her like you want her to fucking.
And then Jimmy asks things like, well, have you, with any, ass
Fingers
play,
in the ass,
any
or any
fingers
dildos in the
there?
ass, or anything?
Yeah.
You build to the strap
Jimmy's
on.
very-
You don't
yeah.
just jump to the strap on.
No, you don't go right to the destroyer.
That's like this guy in China had an eel, went up his ass and caught in his stomach.
Oh,
and a big eel. So he had to go to the hospital. And I go, he had to break his arm first and go to the hospital. Go, look, why I'm here? Can you do me a favor and just check to see?
Check to see if I got an eel
Do
in
I
my
have
ass.
an eel in my? That's one of my new bits. I threw it in.
That's good.
That's not bad, Rich.
Yeah, listen,
Helium is a lucky place.
I'm here.
This weekend, right?
Oh, My Wife Hates Me. This week's podcast.
Let me guess, you guys are fighting?
Thrifty. No, it's a funny fucking this week.
You guys are
Thrifty.
always funny.
Thank you. But sometimes we step it up. Sometimes it's like, but this week was great.
Is it tough to do an hour of radio a week?
It's probably not even nearly as tough as doing 20 hours of radio. It's an
1/20th.
hour. It's, well, no, because you have commercials. Yeah, it's tough because you're doing it with the person that you hate. My wife. We fight. We laid in bed last night. Forget it. Whatever. It's just fucking marriage. But she's cool.
Fuck that shit.
She's cool. You hate her.
She's cool.
She's funny. You're funny.
That marriage shit.
You're at Helium.
How'd you like the screening?
Loved it.
I'm at Magoobies.
We all look good on the big screen.
Yeah.
The Magoobies when?
Friday, Saturday.
Yes, Jimmy's in
Saturday.
Baltimore.
It's a great club, man.
Yes, it is.
And they have great new food. They have a new menu.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we looked great on the big screen.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking exciting, huh?
I guess. Damn. What time the movie comes
We won
out?
an award from that.
Did you really?
People's Choice Award.
Congratulations. The movie looks great. We went to a screening in a real theater. All our faces are really big on the fucking screen.
Oh.
I mean, by the time this movie comes out, though, we're going to look like shit because we're aging.
My kid's going to accept the award. My parents couldn't be here. We couldn't get them out of the home.
Trying to think of a worse dad award thing. Come up with, but I couldn't.
But I mean, we started. Well, whatever.
It was 5. Yeah,
4 or 5 years ago, right?
A lot of these things take time. Once the Weinstein brothers get their hands on
I
it.
used to look good, man. That was before 2 kids. I'm looking at myself on the big screen going, God damn, you were good looking. So can you get the movie out before I officially look like an old man?
Now,
Holy
man,
fuck.
you look like the big screen.
I don't get that.
Wow.
That was just terrible.
I know.
Wow.
I wanted to
That
end
was
on
just
a high
funny.
note.
Thought Lady Di walked in there. Marion. That was
You're
a
a big
Marion.
screen. All right,
Holy
so-
fuck! I just
big
realized
screen.
that it's who gives a fuck. But I had a dream that I ran into those 2 knuckleheads, and I
Really?
forgot about that until this very second.
Isn't that weird?
And it was uneventful in my dream, obviously.
Well, just like their appearances.
Yeah. But wow, it's so weird you brought that.
Just like your appearances. She was like Chip. She had the lisp thing and the
Absolutely.
the bad jokes. Yeah.
You always got to end on a high note.
All I'm
Yeah.
saying is
That's why I like to get fucking zooted.
Opie and Anthony have left the building. But Jim Norton is not going anywhere. If you have problems and a phone, it's your lucky day. The Jim Norton Show is next. Jim Norton is a moderately successful comedian, an average author, and a terrible actor. And your chance to speak directly with him has arrived. Call 866-969-1969. The phone lines are open. And the Jim Norton Show starts now.
Yes, it does. The Jim Norton Show is here. I love that song. I really do just want to listen to it. A lot of times Anthony pointed out that I used to start out with an email, but I don't do that now because for some reason the calls have been coming in a little bit faster. And, I'm very tired today. I talk a lot about being tired on this program, and people are very good. I still haven't addressed it because now my special is shot and I'm editing, so now I have to address that very soon so you guys don't have to hear this every week. Wednesdays are tough for me because I do this and then I fucking go to therapy and then I try to get to the gym. So my gym days are much later. I like to go at like 10:15, 10:30 to the gym and then just work out while I'm still going on show energy. And I got a trainer. I've taken three sessions with my trainer. I saw her last Thursday, last Friday, and then Monday. And it was really good. Like, I didn't want a trainer, and we did like these little warm-up things, and she does like circuit training, where your fucking cardio goes way up, and then you come down, and then your cardio goes up, and then you come down. And I can't talk during the workout. Like, we'll stop, she'll be, okay, take a break. It's good. It's good to get your heart rate up like that.
I went to your Caroline show last week on Friday night.
Thank you.
And my wife and I heard a lot of people saying how small you looked, like how much thinner than you used to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's all just going to the gym and eating better. People keep asking me, what is it? But then there's this layer of fat that you can't get rid of. I mean, it will eventually go, but it's like this layer that wraps around. It's like, how do you get rid of this? They always say the last 10 pounds. But whatever it is, the last 15 pounds or 12 pounds, whatever I have to get rid of, is fucking tough, man. So I've debated liposuction, but I'm not going to do that for a while.
You don't need that.
No, but it's soft and mushy, and if it doesn't go away, I want to get rid of it.
It's barely noticeable at this point.
I know, but you're not looking at me naked. I'm looking at me naked, and so is everyone else who's under the age of 18. Kidding. So what? Can we get descriptions up on these people?
No, the first two lines didn't catch up with the software over here, but I have them here. The first line is Steve wants to talk about stand-up, and line 2 is Travis in Maryland wants to talk to you about signing his book. I don't know.
What do you want to know about stand-up, Steve? I mean,
Steve, you're on.
Hey, first caller. Nice.
Hi, buddy.
How you doing, Jim? I have my own mental issues. I'm sure we all do, but I've always wanted to do stand-up, something like that. Writing. I did open mic a couple of years ago once, and I wanted to do it again, but I keep feeding myself these reasons that I'm not doing it.
Sure.
And two of them are. One, I don't know how to, do jokes and not copy someone else. How do you know that you're not stealing someone else's jokes if you're not seeing everybody that's out there?
Well, I don't watch everybody who's out there for that reason. And you have to just trust yourself. And if you question a joke, really question it. And if it's something you're not sure of, don't do it. But eventually you'll find your voice and you'll find, what it is that makes you funny. You have to be very aware of that, though. Just be very aware of it and try very, very hard not to do it.
And the other thing I keep telling myself is that I think when I did the open micer, it was like, I think 3 minutes. And for some reason, I keep having this idea that I have to have like an hour of stuff built up.
No, you know how long it took me to get an hour of stuff, dude? For a few years, I had 5-10 minutes, then 15 minutes, and then eventually you build up to 30 to middle. It's like, wow. I could never picture doing a fucking hour. And now, like, when I'm performing, Kenny lights me at 30 to let me know where I'm at. And a lot of times I still do an hour and 10. Like, a normal headline says 45 or 50. It took me a long, long time to build up to that, to be that comfortable that I'm that confident that I can stay on stage that long. But again, you'll get that. See, what you're doing is you're worrying about things which are preventing you from doing it.
Exactly.
How about this? You put together 5 minutes to 3 to 5 minutes, and you work on that, and you go up on stage, and you make sure it's original, it's your own thoughts, but try it. Don't fucking sit on it and wait, because the day that all of a sudden you're comfortable, and you know it's right, and you know the material's good, that day never comes.
Yeah, I know. And and the other thing is, like, how often, like, if you do that, say, I don't know how often the open mics are, say you go on a Tuesday, and then you go back to next week, do you do the same 5 minutes? Or do you
I do the same 5 minutes for a while, buddy. All right? I would suggest that, and then as you go on, new material will come to you, and you'll try that.
All right, man. Thanks.
Good luck, brother. Let's go to Aaron in New Hampshire. The girl you're dating gave you a head on the first date? That sounds like a winner.
Oh, it sounds good. So we're coworkers, and we went out one night in a small group. And what happened was we ended up getting pretty drunk because we went back to my house, and we ended up having sex, and she gave me a really good head. But now we're starting to date, and all of a sudden she won't give me head anymore. I don't know why.
Did you ask her why?
She said at first she said ew, and I'm like what do you mean? We'll do it the first night, it's not a big deal, it's part of sex, this and that. And she just said no, not now, no.
Was that the only time you've gotten drunk before sex?
No, it wasn't.
So
the other few times we did too.
And she still won't suck your dick?
No.
Well, that sounds to me like you have to put your foot down and say, it depends on how important head is to you. For some guys, they just like to fuck. It's not a big deal to them. For me, it's a big deal. If you don't suck dick, I'm not dating you.
Yeah.
You like her, but do you like head more?
I don't know. It's borderline, I guess, right now.
Well, again, that's up to you. You have to make that decision. She obviously doesn't like sucking dick, which means in Jim Norton's world, she's not a contender. Not even for friendship. But if head's not that important to you, or you can wait until she's ready. Any girl that said ew, if I was with a girl and she said ew about sucking dick, I would not only would I not date her, I wouldn't even finish the meal. I'd be like, I have to go to the bathroom, and I would just get into my car and fucking go home.
Yeah, she did a good job the first night, though. That's why I'm like, man, that sucks. But,
yeah.
I have another quick question. So the last couple of times we got together, maybe the second time we got together, she got a UTI, and then I'm like, the last time here over the weekend, she's like, no. She's like, I'm worried I'm gonna get it again. I'm like, oh, don't worry about it. You'll be good. It's just rare that it happens, whatever. And she kind of thinks that you guys won again. I don't know what's going on here.
No, some women just get them, man. Maybe she has a high yeast count in her box. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, women's pussies are fucking weird. There's always something happening with them. It's like, oh no, I can't eat that. If I have a search, my pussy foams. There's all this weird chemical stuff that goes on with women. So that's something I have zero experience in. But I would talk about the blowjobs, my friend, and I would absolutely have a real discussion with her about that, because if she's not sucking dick, I don't know how you're going to deal with her.
Yeah, I know. All right, sounds good. I love the show.
Thank you. Good luck. How about Nick in New Hampshire? Dating a girl, still talking to her ex, huh?
Hey, Jim, I fucking love you, man.
Thank you, buddy.
The only reason XM gets their $50 a quarter at me, I swear to God.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so, yeah, I went out with this girl 9 months ago, one date. We had a fucking awesome time. She calls me the next day, says she's going back to her ex-boyfriend. They have a kid together. So I'm like, all right. So 9 months goes by. She sends me a message out of the blue. I'm finally over him. I haven't stopped you. Can we go out? So I'm like, well, sure. So I take her out. Great girl. And I'm 45. She's 35.
Okay.
So it's not like there's an abundance of good-looking single women in New Hampshire.
How old is the kid? How old is the kid?
2.
Okay.
2.5, and she's hot as hell. No job, 3 kids by 2 different guys.
Okay.
I know what you're going to tell me, and that's why I'm calling. I want you to tell me I'm a dumbass and get over her.
Well, you
Not
said
yet.
she's still talking to her ex?
Well, no, we went out for a month. Fucking awesome time. Waited a month before I even slept with her. Had a great time. A couple of days later, she calls me up. I'm back with my ex-boyfriend, and they're together now. But she texts me all the time. She has her friend call me all the time. Oh, no, I can't get over him. I don't stop thinking about him. So, I mean, this bitch just stringing me along. What the fuck?
She obviously is a mess, because she has, 3 kids with 2 different guys?
3 kids. But she was married for 15 years. So
Okay.
She had 2 kids with her husband.
But she still has no guy now. So first of all, she wants security. So the ex is always, first of all, he's the father of one of her kids, so he's always going to take priority. She's always going to talk to him. For the next 20 years, she's tied to this guy. So no matter how secure you are in your relationship, 2 times since you've known her, she's gone back to him. It will probably happen again. Maybe because the kid there is such a bond, but it's also what forces them to communicate. They will always have to see each other at his events, at the kids' events, at the kids' school, at the kids' this, the kids' that. They'll make decisions together. I would stay away if I were you, because if she just ran back to him, the first time is understandable because you had 1 date. But now she had 9 more months with the guy, and she goes, I want you, and then she dates you for a month, and she goes back with him. Maybe she's just using you to kind of have a little soft pillow to fall on when her and the ex have trouble. Maybe she has no intention on dating with you. So fuck her. Go find somebody else. I'm sure she's terrific and fun, but I would say fucking nerds to this girl. The next time she fucking texts you, just send a picture of your cock and say, hit the bricks, toots.
You got it. You're the best, buddy.
Thank you, my friend. Good luck. Okay. How about this one? I lent my friend money. David in Tennessee.
Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good, good. How are you, David? You lent your friend money to fix his car a year ago, but he still hasn't fixed it. What should I do?
No, that's similar to what it is. I have the same three group of guys come up every year that I grew up with in Florida, and they come up to Tennessee, and they stay at my house and everything, and it's great. We've been doing it for 10, 12 years. Well, they brought a new guy up this year, and that's fine. That was perfectly fine. They were here a week. Everything went great. This was last year. On the last day, my dumb neighbor was mowing his yard, and a rock flew out of the mower and hit his windshield and put a little crack in it. So I gave the guy a check for $500. If it's more, let me know. I'll pay. If not, send me the difference. That check couldn't have got cashed quick enough.
Okay, why did you give him the check, by the way?
Well, I just felt bad. You know, the neighbor's kid was mowing my yard. You know, I did feel bad.
Oh, it was your yard. Okay.
Yeah, it was my yard, so I did feel bad. But it was a tiny crack. I'm telling you, you'd really have to look for it.
Sure.
So anyway, I gave him the money to pay for it. I never hear from him again until the next year. They come back up here. And I just so happened, I looked, and that fucking crack's still there. And I can't help it, man. My three buddies know nothing about this, or they wouldn't even be his friend, I don't think. But I don't want to, blow up his spot.
Hold on, did he demand the money from you?
No, I offered it to him. I said, here's $500. Here's a check for $500. I don't know what the rule is in Florida. If it's more to get it fixed, let me know. If it's less, just send me the difference.
Well,
that check was cashed the next day.
I understand it. Look, I understand why you'd be irritated. You have to eat this one. I'll tell you why. You fulfilled... First of all, he didn't demand the money from you, so I would say fuck him, but he didn't ask you for it. And maybe, an honorable man would have given you the money back because he didn't fix the window. But if you give him money for his pain and suffering, or for his tangible replacement part, and he chooses to spend it on somebody else, technically I think it's none of your business. And I'm not saying that to be a dick. I'm saying you fulfilled your part of an obligation that you needed to fulfill, and he's not asking you for more. He didn't ask you for that, and it's not like he's coming to you and going like, hey, man, I still need something for the window. So it doesn't matter. I would say fuck it, let it go.
But it didn't bother him one bit to come back up the following year, use my house, use the tickets I gave him to go to the race, taking advantage of my friends. I mean, it just little things bother me. I don't care about the money. I really don't.
He might not be, dude, he might not be, I apologize for interrupting you. He might not be thinking of it like that. It's like if somebody fucks up my rug and they pay me for a new rug and I go, hey man, I really appreciate that, but I'm going to buy a painting instead. Well, they've paid me for the part that's damaged. If I'm still willing to deal with the part that's damaged, both parties have, I think, fulfilled their obligation. Like, he's not asking you for more money. He was okay with what you gave him. He didn't ask for it. So I would say that had he demanded it, you would be right to be annoyed. Or if he asked you for more, you'd be right to be annoyed. But I would just let it go, unless the guy's a dick. Or you could ask him about it. Why don't you sit him down and go, hey, look, I'm just curious. I gave you money for that, and I know the money I gave to you, it's up to you. He may go, dude, I totally forgot about it. I had a real issue with this. So maybe that money went to something better, and he's willing to live with the cracked window.
All very good points. I didn't want to bring it up. I don't want to wreck any relationship I have with friends I've had for years and years.
Sure.
I really don't. And you make some valid points.
Yeah, he didn't demand it from you. So again, the guy may be a bit of a kind of shitty, but I would say let it go, man. Unless he asks you for more. Okay.
Well, I appreciate it, buddy. I really do, because I'm telling you, I get on these kicks. I cannot quit thinking about it. Okay. It drives me insane, but thank you. You've made some.
Yeah, it's let it go. It's not that big a deal, and don't forget, you did the right thing, and that's all that matters. You made the right move. You're an honorable guy, and that's what's important. If he's less than honorable, or maybe he needed the money for something really important and he just forgot about it. Sometimes people just forget. Maybe he literally just didn't. He thought that was the end of the transaction, and whatever he did didn't matter. So I wouldn't let it bother me, okay?
I appreciate it, Jimmy. Thank you, buddy. I love you, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Joe in Boston, what do you mean I'm featured in a text song by Nicky Romero? Who's Nicky Romero?
Hello?
Hi, Joe. How are you?
I'm good, Jimmy. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I was listening, a little cross-promotion. I was listening to Electric Area on Sirius XM, and the pad data came up when I was at work. It said Nicky Romero plus Jim Norton. And the song is called WTF Language. and it's, you know, like typical techno song. It builds and builds and builds. The beat drops. Some random person screams, "What the fuck?" and then your voice pops in and you say, "Language." And I didn't know if you knew that. I didn't know if I was late or if you knew
No,
that.
I didn't know it, but I will look it up.
Yeah, because I looked on it. Maybe one of your guys can find it. I literally couldn't find it on YouTube, and I only looked for about like 2 minutes. But I thought it was fucking hilarious. You were featured in a very bouncy techno song.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jimmy.
All right, let's see. What was my workout? Let's talk to Joe in Boston. I have a brief answer for this. Joe in Boston?
Hey, Jimmy, how's it going?
Good, thank you. You're asking about the workout routine before I had the trainer. The trainer's brand new.
Right.
My workout routine... I'm sorry?
Sorry, I wanted to preface it by
Sure.
saying I've always had a problem. I'm not an overweight guy. Just it'd be nice to have a little bit of definition going on, you
Sure.
know? So, like, the thing is, I can never stick to a workout because I get bored as shit, and I think most people do. But I'm always looking online and saying, well, what's this routine? What's that routine? This guy says this, but this
Yes.
person says that doesn't work. So, like, I started recently for the last 2 weeks, and it's been working, just going at my own pace, doing what I think is a good workout, and I've stuck to it so far. So I'm just wondering if that's what you did, or if you were doing what I did and, like, incessantly going on and saying, well, I should do this and not that and blah, blah, blah.
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. What finally got me into, like, starting to down this good road I'm on was I joined the gym Opie goes to, which was a big gym, so, excuse me, there's a lot to keep me busy. And I switch it up, like, one day I would do boxing. I would usually do 10 3-minute rounds on the heavy bag. No, I don't have excellent boxing technique or whatever, but it puts a little strength in the arms, and it also, you know, it's good to work the chest, and it's good for cardio, and you're moving. That would help. The next day I would do, say, 45 minutes on the elliptical machine. I would do that. And then I would do, the next day after that, I would do pull-ups. I do pull-ups almost every time I do upper body. I would do, like, sets of 10 pull-ups, and then I would do, say, 8 or 9 different, like, chest or bicep exercises and push-ups in between that. Like, I would do, I start my routine, I'll do 10 pull-ups or 12 pull-ups, depending on how I'm feeling that day, or 15, but usually 10. And then after my 10 pull-ups, I'll go, say I do the machine, I'll do bench pressing. I'll do 2 sets of benching, then I'll get down and do 25 push-ups, then I finish up my final 2 sets of benching. And then, so that's one segment. It's the pull-ups, it's 4 sets of benching of the same exercise with push-ups in between. And then I'll go do 10 more pull-ups, and then say I'll go and do, a shoulder press. 2 sets shoulder press, get down to 25 push-ups, then the final 2 shoulder press sets. So that was what I was doing, 4 sets of everything with push-ups in between, and it really helps work the upper body, and I think push-ups and pull-ups are very good for you. So I would mix it up like that a lot. You know, then the next day I would do back, or the next day, there's a great ab routine. I think this guy called Matt Stav or something. I forget what it's called, but it's called 8-pack abs, and I do that almost every other day, and it's 1,000 reps. It's like 10 different exercises. You do 25 of each one, which is 250, and you run through that 4 times. And you're supposed to do it every other day. I do it like every other day, every third day. Matt Staub, I think, or Staub, I think his name is. I don't know. So the trainers had me doing different shit. But I mixed it up so much, and I wound up hurting myself in my right elbow, which kind of fucked me up, which is why I started doing this ab thing, because I overdid it and I didn't stretch properly. And kettlebells. I was doing kettlebells, but I don't think I was doing them right. So now my trainer has me doing them a little bit. You know, but I would suggest learning how to do the kettlebells. Just mix it up and confuse your body, and there might be somebody out there telling me, Jimmy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I can only tell you what I did, and I would mix it up with a little bit of swimming, too. All right?
Okay. Yeah, just one more quick thing. Just to see, like, that workout sounds like it does, like, a lot. But the thing is, like, I'm not even close to being capable of doing, like my body gets tired really fast.
Yeah.
When I'm doing, like I'll do 25 push-ups, and then I'll go try to do some other upper body thing I can do, like maybe 2, and like I have complete muscle exhaustion, and it's always been that way for me, and it doesn't seem to ever go away. I don't know if that's like a hill you have to get over or what. I mean,
yeah, I think you get better with that. You push yourself a little bit, and also find out about diet, and maybe you should be eating something right before that will give you some energy, some protein. Again, I don't know enough about that, but find out about diet, what you should be eating. There might be something you're doing which is causing you to crash during your workouts too. So You know, again, I'm a novice at this, dude. I've been doing it for a while, but I went on my own for a long time, and I kind of hit a plateau because your body does get used to things. And then I hurt my arm, which really limited me, so I couldn't do everything and mix it up as much as I was. So the trainer's really helping me now. But that was what I was doing. Just go online. You can find so many great exercises online. Right. Find great ab routine. That ab routine I do is really good. Now it's all diet. I just got to get rid of this fucking blubber. Yes, Erod.
The one you're talking about, his last name is Struve.
Oh, Matt Strave?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does it. He's like it's for 8-pack abs, I think. He's like a shirtless guy, does the exercise.
He's got a ton of YouTube videos.
Oh, okay. I've only seen that one. And you feel kind of gay watching it, but it's like this guy really knows what he's doing, and he's in great shape, and it's helped me a lot, dude. My abs feel much stronger. It's just the eating which keeps a little bit of fat on them. All right, good luck, my friend.
Thanks.
You're very welcome. So let's see. Joe thinks he's coming too quickly because he masturbates a lot.
Jimmy.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good.
All right. Well, here's the deal. My wife started working night shifts, so I got bored. So I'm watching X Hamster all the time. At first, I was figuring I'm just desensitizing myself to sex, and then I realized, well, I never used to come from being jerked off by her. Now it's all the time. So it's ruining my fucking sex life.
So, wait, being cum by being jerked off by her is ruining your sex life?
Well, because now I'm coming too quickly from it, so I'm not getting to the point where I can fuck my wife, or if I am fucking my wife, I'm coming too quickly from that.
Oh, I've always heard the opposite, that jerking off, see, for me, it desensitized me a little bit. Well, just stop doing that then.
That's that simple?
Oh, it is. It's not that easy, though. Simple and easy are different things. It is that simple. Don't do it. If something is hurting you, don't do it. Replace it with something else if you can, or watch the porn with her. Or is there something you're watching you don't want her to know about?
Oh, no, I don't give a shit about that.
Okay, then maybe bridge it and watch with her. But if your sex life was better before the porn, and the porn's making you come too quickly, then stop watching the porn. Whenever you want to watch the porn, can't you bring her in and fuck her instead? Or do you just not want to? Are you just enjoying the porn?
Oh, no, I mean, I enjoy the porn plenty, but it's that she's not there at night now.
Oh, so you're doing it when she's not there because it's the only thing you can do?
Pretty much, yeah.
My only suggestion is to cut down on the porn, because that seems to be what your trouble is. So if you cut down on the porn and you start coming regularly again, you'll know that was the right move. Is she complaining about you coming too quickly?
No, not at all, but it's just annoying the shit out of me, because I really like to fuck my wife longer.
Well, can't you do a little bit more in foreplay, or are you doing more in foreplay and it's still not helping?
We're doing more in foreplay just to compensate for it, but it's not helping that build. I mean, it's helping her build, but...
Sure, but you're still blowing loads too fast.
You got it, pretty much.
Well, you know, my friend, I would say that's your solution. I think that's the only way. Not as easy as it sounds, but it is that simple. If you're jerking off too much and it's making you come fast, stop jerking off and you'll probably go back to where you were.
Let's hope you're right. You're a gentleman and a scholar, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm neither. Be good. Brian in the Bronx. I'll just answer. You don't have to get on. Why don't I bring my trainer on the show? Honestly, because I just started working with her. I would. I don't know if she wants to be known, but she's really nice. And Brian, if I continue to work with her, and if she has a desire to come on the advice show, I certainly would, because she's a really nice trainer. You know, I like her a lot, so I would. I'll see how she feels about that. All right, let's go to Mark in Illinois. Is being in the entertainment industry a big influence to losing weight? Is that what you want to know?
Hey, Jim.
Hello, Mark.
Hey, buddy. Good to talk to you, man. I really enjoy your shit.
I appreciate that.
Jim, I've always wondered, you know, you hear, you know, old rock stars say, you know, I've heard one in particular say that in Hollywood it's almost, you know, it's almost better to be a junkie than to be overweight. Did it influence your decision at all, or does that help you in the entertainment industry to be thin?
Well, you know, it's funny. It doesn't hurt. Will it help? I don't know. Like, when you look at comedians are lucky in that we can kind of get away with looking like shit. I mean, but what happens is once you start to get more notoriety, you know, and, you know, you're like, wow, maybe I could date some more cool people. Then you want to start looking better because it's embarrassing. But look at Chris Farley, look at John Belushi, look at John Candy. There's so many, or Jackie Gleason. I mean, there's a million funny fat men. Caliendo was fat and he looks better now. but he was heavy for a while. I don't think it hurts you as a stand-up. It might hurt you with certain roles because it's always more pleasant to look at somebody who's not overweight. And it has motivated me more because I'm exposed to a lot of people. So when I see myself, most people don't get to see themselves on film. But when I see myself on a Leno clip and I'm a fat-necked cock, or I see myself on a stand-up clip and my head is like blah, 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 like a fucking testicle in jelly.
That was kind of part of my question. Obviously, you probably would want to do more film roles, right? So, do you think that, or does it make any difference?
It does make a difference. I tell you, it hasn't hurt Philip Seymour Hoffman, though. So I think if you're talented enough, it doesn't, you can get through it. But I think that the desire to get in shape, the more you're photographed and the more you're on film, the more you see yourself accurately and you want to lose the weight. So that's how it's helped me. And I'm in a business where you are judged by your looks and you are judged by your age. So I want to look younger, and losing weight helps you do that. So there is a certain thing where I'm 44 now. I have to start thinking of that shit. So yes, it has been an influence on it. But it was more my own discomfort with how I looked. Because, being in the entertainment industry means nothing while I'm over a girl fucking her and my guts hanging down and my fucking tits. And I'm embarrassed to be naked in front of her. That's just Jim Norton. So it's possible to succeed. But, thank you very much.
Okay, bud.
Hey, TC in Virginia, how does Jimmy deal with his nervous facial tics? I need advice. Good question. Yes, sir.
Hey, Jim, love what you do.
Hi.
Hilarious with
Thank you.
all the characters lately. Yeah, I just get nervous, and then I start thinking about it, and that's when it happens more, and I just try to separate myself from it, but it's just become really tough.
See, I don't think about it. For me, it's not even a nervous thing. It's when I have a certain energy output, then that's more like I blink like a little blinky zilch, or I'm a twitchy weirdo. I've been that way my whole life, and it doesn't feel nervous. And a lot of times I don't realize it until I see myself on video. My left eye is not as good as my right eye. For some reason, there's always a weird strain in my left eye. I don't know if that contributes to it or not, but I don't deal with it or not deal with it. It's probably hurt me acting-wise. It's probably because people see you on film and they're like, what the fuck is this maniac? Nobody wants to hire someone to play a doctor who's blinking like that. Yeah. So maybe it has hurt me like that, but it's just a part of who I am, and it is what it is. I have no real solution for it or answer for it. I've gotten as far as I've gotten with it. It's probably hurt a little bit, but I don't really think about it that much.
All right. Cool.
Okay?
Thanks.
You're very welcome. Tyler in Texas. My wife is getting heavy. How do I approach her about that? I would suggest with an African safari hat and fucking safari jacket. Do that with an elephant gun. And then she'll get the hint. Or whatever, just hide behind bushes and pretend you're stalking her. And she'll go, what are you doing? And you'll say, I'm hunting an elephant. Oh, no, it's you, honey. Same joke twice. Sorry, buddy. What is it? What is it?
She's not that big.
Oh, okay.
She, when we met 8 years ago, she was a...
ATE. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. She was a real good-looking, fit woman. We're both 27 years old. And now that we're married and living together, and we've lived together for 7 years, it's just she's kind of letting herself go, and her family kind of not really fat and overweight, but she's got an obese family, and I've given her some subtle hints like, hey, maybe we can both start going and hitting the gym together, and she's like, well, we don't have time, and. I don't know. I've tried it in several different ways of going, hey, I really don't like that you're getting fat.
Yeah, I would suggest going to the gym for a little while by myself and getting into better shape, and hopefully that will motivate her. But you may have to sometimes have a loving but unpleasant conversation. If you're not having sex with her as much or you're not touching her as much...
I have noticed that the sex has gone down a lot.
Sure it has, because you're not as turned on, and you're resentful. You're resentful of the fact that she's letting her... Sometimes it's like, yeah, I can still get turned on and fuck you, but hey, you don't care enough about me as a man being turned on. That is something that people do. It's like she expects you to fucking pay the bills probably, or to do your duties. Do your duty. And she expects you to fulfill your obligation. What's that?
She does a lot. She's a really awesome chick. She's just...
Sure.
she's a good housewife. I mean, she's an awesome chick. She's just
getting fat.
Yeah.
And, look, okay, let me say it like this then. That's part of a woman's job in a relationship, whether you like to hear this or not, is looking somewhat decent and fuckable. And that's part of a guy's job too. But men are more providers. And let's be honest, you know, very rarely do really hot women marry really I forget what I was going to say. The man's job is to be the provider. Okay, that's the point I make. Really hot men don't usually marry really ugly women, is what I was trying to say. It's hot women that marry an uglier guy or a less than guy because, hey, what he gets is her hotness and what she gets is the provider and the guy that takes care of her. That's how I meant to phrase that. So if she's not kind of owning up to that and realizing, hey, the woman is supposed to kind of look good, then you should definitely have a nice discussion with her. Get yourself in better shape first so you have a fucking place to stand when you're talking. You know, you don't want to be a 3 and then complain about her.
Yeah.
I really fucking butchered that.
It's not real bad now, but I can see it potentially getting to where
Right, yeah. I would start going to the gym more and really encourage her to come with you as time goes on. Give yourself a little time to get into a routine, though, so she'll see you going a lot.
Okay.
All right, good luck. And the guy said, why doesn't Norton bring a tranny on air? Not my trainer. The guy misheard. The tranny on air, transsexual, is Bailey J. was going to come last week, but I think her husband had jury duty or something, and I didn't hear from her this week. Bailey J. better fucking step it up. I want her on the show. It's like, I'm trying to work on something for Bailey J. and myself because I really like her. But she will, I'm sure, come back. Someone says, Jim in Jersey. That's me. Is it gay to get your ass fingered while getting a BJ? Let's get my alter ego on the phone.
Hey, Chipper.
What's happening?
So I've been getting ripped apart by my friends for this for probably the last couple of years. I don't think it's gay to get, just a tip. What do you think?
No, I don't. I think it's perfectly fine.
All right. Cool.
Good luck.
All right.
Okay. Now let's see what Andrew in New Jersey. How is it considered hack to do other comedian shows, but cover bands get a pass?
All right, let me explain. Say, like even your partner does a killer Dice Clay impression, right?
Yeah.
Now he could, if he wasn't Anthony on the radio, he can go out and do like the Dice Clay experience and just do his whole act. And people will probably pay it, but that's considered hack. But cover bands are okay. I don't understand that.
Well, I think a couple of things come into play here. First of all, comedy is supposed to be original thoughts, whereas you're claiming your thoughts as your own. Whereas a lot of times cover bands are not claiming the songs as their own. Like when somebody does, it's almost like when Frank Caliendo goes up and does an impression. Even though he's writing the material, he's still doing somebody else's voice. But people know that Frank is giving credit to the voice where he should get it. Like, Frank is not a hack at all. He's a great impressionist. Doing somebody else's act and claiming it as your own, because Frank's act is his. Do you know what I mean? Like, the material is his. The thoughts are his. He's just doing the voice. But guys that go up and do other people's thoughts as their own are considered dishonest. I think hack is easy, and it's also dishonest, kind of goes into hack.
Say Rodney. Now, Rodney's been dead, 10 years, whatever.
Yeah.
And I saw Rodney a couple times. If you saw him in 1960 or 1990, it was the same act. Nothing was topical.
Sure.
But how about if you did like Rodney's act? He's dead. You're not hurting anybody. You're not taking money out of his pocket.
I think also with comedians that we've come to love, a lot more of who they are and their personality goes into helping us enjoy what they're doing. Like, when you hear a comedian's point of view, there's something about that person that ropes you in as well. So to see somebody else doing a point of view or what is supposed to be an original thought as their own, it just feels wrong. Like when you watch that, it doesn't feel right. Whereas I think with bands, a lot of times we are less invested in why they're thinking what they're thinking, or and again, that's just my opinion on it. I could be totally wrong. But that's why it doesn't bother me. But you raise a good question. Why is a cover band okay, but a cover comic not? Another part of it, too, dude, is that for comedy to work, and we talked about this with Zombie yesterday, the joke is kind of contingent on catching you off guard. Like, you may enjoy hearing a joke twice, but very rarely do you want to go see the same comedy act over and over and over. People kind of get critical of that. Whereas a band can do 2 or 3 new songs and you're like, oh God, thank God they did all the hits. Comedians don't necessarily have hits that get played on the radio. Like, you know, comedian stuff isn't played in the clubs. You know, it's just a different form of the arts.
I feel bad for you guys because, you know, like you said, you only want to hear a joke a couple of times, and you constantly have to come out with new material. You know, I could write a couple of good songs and make a living for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I mean, that is a difference. But you raise an interesting question. That's why I think it is, because comedy is supposed to be based on original thoughts and original points of view, where you're kind of telling people something internal. And for some reason, it feels weird to hear somebody doing shit in that vein that you know is not theirs, where it doesn't feel weird. Certain songs might be weird. Like if you hear somebody covering, say, when P. Diddy did that song about Biggie, you know, and he covered the Police song. That wasn't weird because he was covering a Police song. But to hear somebody covering Diddy's version because it was about a specific thing and it was about Biggie would be weird. Like if you heard somebody doing Diddy's song, you'd be like, that's kind of fucking weird. He didn't know Biggie. What's he doing? So certain songs might sound weird if they were covered, okay? I don't mean to babble. I apologize. I'm tired.
Thanks a lot, Jim.
Good luck, my friend, with life. I know. I'll get to that, E-Rock. Someone says cover bands are considered a scam. I mean, I don't like. I mean, you raise a good question. I mean, you know, like here's the question about cover bands. What's the most important holiday when you listen to a cover band? Is it Christmas? Is it Valentine's Day? I mean, look, maybe they're both close, but it's obviously Mother's Day. That's the difference. There's only one mother. Like, you know what I mean? So if you want to take your mother, I'm really trying to tie this in, but it's hard. You want to take your mother out. If she was a good mother, you take her out to see a band. If she was kind of shit, take her to see a cover band. Or if she's a good mother, you could always, make sure she knows it. How could you do that? Wow, are the wheels coming off? Make sure all the moms in your life know how great they were. What's the perfect gift? Thank God it's our old friend Steven Singer who will tolerate me butchering his read. They have famous gold dip roses, of course. It's the perfect gift for your mom, your mother-in-law, or the mother of your children. Any mom you know will love a gold dipped rose. You know that. It's a real long stem rose dipped in 24 karat pure gold. This gift lasts forever. It lasts forever, or until your house burns down in a tragic smoking fire. Like if your mom smokes and falls asleep with a cigarette in her mouth, she's probably going to be burned alive and your gold dip rose ruined. Or if your mom drunk drives a lot with her rose on the dashboard, it will probably be melted in the car fire. However, if those things don't happen, fire notwithstanding, it will last forever. And it's only $69. That is $69. Steven Singer's real long stem roses. They come shipped in a beautiful gift box with your own personalized Mother's Day card. And honestly, we fuck with Steven Singer, but I have given these as gifts. They're terrific. Your own card, your own gift box, of course. It's a wonderful gift. Steven Singer has special colors available only for Mother's Day, and they sell out every year. We always say that, and then people always complain. Don't miss out on his new color for 2013. It's called Timeless Turquoise. Check it out online right now at IHateStevenSinger.com. You can order now, or you're going to miss out on the beautiful new color because it's limited and it will go. Timeless Turquoise. IHateStevenSinger.com. If you order now, you will get free shipping. It's a phenomenal gift, or phenomenal. I said phenomenal. It's a phenomenal gift from the best jeweler in the country. On 188-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or go to IHateStevenSinger.com and order your Mother's Day rose. What a fantastic idea. And I'm going to apologize for tripping over that clumsily. I am really tired today. And I know I've been babbling like a fucking asshole, mixing up my points. So for those of you that have stayed through this fucking abomination of a show, I really appreciate it. Doug in Jersey has some advice for me. Hopefully it's to never talk into a microphone again. Yes, Doug.
Listen, there was a buddy of mine. I didn't see him over the summer, and when I did see him in the fall, I said, "How'd you lose so much weight? Are you sick?" And he said, "No." He started this thing called the Dukan diet, D-U-K-A-N. He dropped 20 pounds.
What is it?
It's like Atkins, but it's basically protein for the first 7 to 10 days. You cut out the carbs. You do lean protein. I started doing it. I'm down 21 pounds since February.
Okay, well, no carb thing is the big thing. I like eating some carbs. I think you need some carbs, but thank you very much. Huh?
You can have some after you do the initial phase.
Oh, okay.
I told a couple of my buddies, and they're all dropping about a pound a day just doing this thing. Look it up.
Thank
See the
you.
work.
Thank you. Good luck, brother. I appreciate your call. John in Oklahoma. You're a sponsor.
Hello.
Hi, buddy. I would just do me a favor. It's up to you if you want to, but I would try not to mention the name. If you're in a 12-step program, I would just keep it at 12-step program, if that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't like to break the anonymity on radio. Okay.
Well, I've been in recovery for a long time, and my wife passed away, and a girl that I had been sponsoring, who had told me about everything, you know.
Do you mean I told you everything like this? I'm sorry to interrupt you. You mean she sat down with you and told you everything like we do with our sponsors?
Right.
Okay.
And anyway, it's been like 5 years since my wife's been gone, and she wants to start dating, and I'm kind of like, this may not be a good idea.
Well, let me ask you, if you don't mind me asking you. Now, you're obviously attracted to her. Now, in honesty, how long have you been attracted to her?
Oh, since day one.
So your motives you probably should not be sponsoring. Why are you sponsoring a woman anyway? It's usually men with the men, women with the women.
Right, and it was kind of an odd situation because of our occupations.
What field are you in? What kind of job would require a man to sponsor a woman?
I'm an over-the-road driver, and she is too.
Okay, you don't drive together?
Not right. We talk on the phone an awful lot. You know, truck drivers are chatty son of a bitches. You know that.
But why? Let me ask you, because the thing is this. If you have a female friend who is also recovering from whatever, but a sponsor role is very, very personal, and it's very close, and it seems to me that there's another dynamic working here which would affect you being a good sponsor. I can't tell you whether to date or not. I've never had that situation. I've never sponsored anybody but men. But I there's something about that I definitely think is off. I think that because if she's being sponsored by somebody and there's a mutual attraction, that's not what the sponsor-sponsee relationship is supposed to be. So I would suggest either telling her she has to get another sponsor and then maybe you date. But I absolutely don't think you can do both. And personally, I don't think that men should be sponsoring women they're attracted to for any reason. If you're talking to somebody or taking them to a few meetings for whatever program it may be, that's one thing. But motives are everything. And I would suggest giving her to a woman who will kick her in the ass and call her on stuff that a man wouldn't. Because a female-female or male-male relationship, we can't pull the same shit we can with the opposite sex. So I would suggest changing something about that relationship because I think that's really dangerous for her.
Well, I have already went there, done that, and got the damn T-shirt, and she just won't wear it. She just keeps bugging me.
Well,
you know,
are you still sponsoring her?
Not really. You know, I have told her over the years, no, you need to get a female to do this and to go through this with. But, you know, in chatting back and forth and talking, everything's kind of come out. And now it's wanting to go to a higher level with it, and which we never have. I've been attracted to her since day one, and apparently she's been attracted to me, but we've never been together.
So that's not a real sponsor-sponsee relationship. And that's not what a real sponsor-sponsee relationship should be based on. So I would suggest, you can't make her do anything, but you should, in my opinion, not be sponsoring a woman when there's a mutual attraction at all. That's a relationship she should have with another woman, and I know you know that, but knowing it doesn't mean anything if the action isn't happening. I would personally not be comfortable doing that at all. So if you're asking for my advice, I would suggest telling her and absolutely meaning it that she has to get a woman for that role. And then maybe if you guys decide to date, give it a little waiting period and then date. That's what my suggestion would be. I can't say don't date. You're both adults and these things happen, but I would certainly make sure she has a good relationship with a new sponsor first.
Well, I just go back to that old two sickies don't make one welly. And
absolutely not.
you know, kind of where I'm at. But god damn, I want to try that stuff too.
Well, you already.
I've only been one woman in 42 years, Jimmy.
I have to wrap up because they're telling us to go. I appreciate your honesty, but let's be honest. You already know the answer. You know the answer. You know what the right thing to do is. And I know it's hard because a new sponsor may tell her to not be involved with you. So right now you have a certain element of control as the sponsor and a certain level of intimacy that you're probably afraid you'll lose if she finds a woman. So you know what you got to do, brother.
All right.
Good luck, Ben. Thank you for calling. I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who called. The guy separated from his wife, got a blowjob from a Miranda girl. Don't know what to do. I would suggest finding her again and getting blown again. That's what I would suggest. Always get the number. I got sober 2 years ago, lost 75 pounds. I want to tell Jimmy how I did it. Call back next week. I want to pitch an idea for a reality show. How do I go about that? If I knew, I'd have a fucking reality show, Jay. Find an agent or a manager. Copyright what you've written first, because there's a lot of thieves and vultures in the business. I don't have a show on the air, so I'm not qualified to tell you. I apologize for this choppy show. Thank you for listening, my friends. Fezzi and Ronnie next.
Jim Norton is now done dealing with your bullshit. He'll be back next Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. But you can listen to episodes of The Jim Norton Show whenever you want. Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details.